Good morning. Good morning. Welcome. Thank you for being here today. I'm very happy, as I think we all must be happy. And it is a pleasure for me to have the honor to chair this panel. I will be presenting my fellow thinkers on this table. Each one of them has 15 minutes at their disposal, and I am a witch. 15 minutes. We will have one presentation after the other, so please, if you have any questions, write them down and we will have time for them after the presentations. Allow me to present myself. I am Marta Guberman. I will present Alejandro Bravo from Mexico. He is an existential therapist, and I'm afraid I cannot translate the title of your presentation. Please translate it for me. Okay, I will begin then. First of all, good morning. It's such a great opportunity to be here today with you in this lovely country, Greece, and mostly be here with who I consider to be my teacher. Now, the original title of my presentation was Get Them Out of the Hole. I will remind you why. During the pandemic, I remembered something I learned when I was training as a psychologist, that there are two ways to intervene during crisis. The first instance and the second instance ones. First instance has to do when something happens unexpectedly and we have to intervene. For example, if there was an earthquake right now, I hope there isn't, but if there were, we would all have to run out of this room, but we will also have to support those in crisis. The second instance is different. There, the occurrence has already happened, and the person can feel anguish, worry, despair, and anxiety. The person might feel bad all the time, but there we need a person that is calm. However, that person will constantly say that he or she is feeling bad. Now, what can existential therapy do in moments of crisis? First of all, I came in contact with people suffering first instance crisis during the pandemic. Something curious happened because during the second year of the pandemic, they were people going through the second instance of crisis. And I would like to give you details about what I'm talking about. I'm talking more about Mexico and Pachuca, Hidalgo. A woman of 42 years old came into my office one day and told me she was going through a very critical and desperate moment. And the only thing that she was interested in is feeling well, nothing else. All she wanted to do is feel okay again. Her father had died from COVID, a person that she loved, but that she couldn't really stand. She did not want to see him. She's also diabetic. Diabetes is was a high risk disease during COVID. So she couldn't leave her house and she could not go and say bid farewell. When she arrived at when she came to me, she was not interested in me looking into her past, asking about her childhood or other things that other psychologists had done with them. And she was not interested in cycles. The only thing she wanted was to feel well. She asked me if I had the recipe for that. Obviously, my answer was that I didn't. But let us think about this. Let's stay here for a moment. In the first session, she obviously came to talk about the death of her father. She felt guilty. Although he was gone, she did not miss him. On the contrary, she felt happy that he had died. I am part of the study circles of existential therapy. It is an answer for me. There, I listened to Yagi Martinez talking about how the relationship was first and foremost. I become a part of this relation. And at this moment, when I was listening to this woman, I could not but think of my own experience at a moment when I was undergoing crisis, and the only thing I wanted to do was feel and be well. I tried to go to that place in my life when I was feeling I was drowning in my own evils. And that was why, because I wanted to include myself in this relation, something essential I learned during my training as an existential therapist. There's trying to listen to my voice telling me about certain holistic therapies that could help people feel better. The key was to become part of this relation in a way that I could offer her a space and time where she could be. What I wanted to do was to give her a space and time. Somewhere where she could confirm herself, where she could be who she was being at that space and time, a space and time where she could confirm herself after the death of her father without the fear of feeling punished or guilty, where she could say, "This is who I am. I am this person of suffering, but with guilt." For the second session, she began to share with me that before coming to me, she had met a priest, a doctor, and a psychiatrist, but neither was able to solve the problem of the guilt she felt. She also talked about her diabetes and how, due to that, she was beginning to lose her sight. Her diabetes was worsening, and she was feeling that losing her sight had to do with the guilt of not feeling anything when her father had passed, apart from that guilt. The only thing I thought of doing at that moment was just accompany her. She had to do it from her experience, and I had to do it from mine, each from our singularity, critical and existential. Her words was, "I feel tired. I feel I have no energy left to live. The disease is winning over me." In Mexico, or at least where I live, in Pachuca, Hidalgo, we have an expression that says, "Take them out of the ground, take them out of the hole." For people who are literally feeling they are buried in the ground, they are stuck in a hole and cannot get out of them. Addictions are an example of this. Now, from my experience, offering this space and time of inclusion and understanding, there is an existential accompaniment. This is my way of saying, get them out of the hole. Just offering a space and time so that she can be, so that she can talk, she can express herself, and simply be. Heidegger would have said, we are humans who are concerned with what happens in our world. We are always affected by our environment. And that also goes for our therapeutic space beyond professionals. We are all humans. Just the fact of talking about this pain could help us get out of the hole. But from a philosophical point of view, we must be careful about how we cite things. We talk about things without reflecting on them. If there is something I have learned in all these years, is that this type of therapy works through words. But we must be very careful with words because, as Dr. Ariola said, words evoke worlds. A sound joined by saliva turns into poetry. We must go back to the facts, Heidegger also says, in order to see the original relation, the being. She spoke of pain as a hermeneutic pain which is worked from the pre-reflection, asking ourselves on the being. This is the method of Heidegger. Maybe people wonder themselves. What is the method of Heidegger? It is all about the being. Heidegger proposes a method and divides it in reduction, construction, and destruction. Reduction has to do with the beginning of the therapy. It is the entity. We focus on the entity, not the being, just the context, just the contents, not the process. What the patient talks about, how the patient describes what is going on. That is the way the patient will communicate a fact and then an explanation. That is why we must separate facts and explanations. Everything is experienced, being part of the entity in order to look into the tension and then gradually navigate towards the being. At this point, we go from what is said to what is not being said. This is something I love in phenomenology because it would seem that what is being said is everything. But in what is being said, there is also what is not being said. So, from the reflexive to the pre reflexive, one focuses on the being. And by that, I refer to an intuitive understanding, corporeal and pre-reflexive on what is not being said. All movement, all way of breathing, everything tells us something without that something being named. And it is part of the world of pain. What is not being said about the pain and the suffering of this patient, where we want to go. I hope I have enough time. Heidegger said we must look into the testament of the being through the power of being. This is how I understand it. So we begin by asking ourselves, what is? That is the foundation of this method, asking. But it is an asking that begins from not knowing. We almost move with a blindfold over our eyes. That is what makes us, that's what makes human encounters flourish. Now, the second aspect of opening is to feel one each other or meet, understanding and talking, discourse, as Rivera will say. Dr. Ariola spoke about the cycle of experience. I know, I feel, and then I express. Feeling is what I feel, what is here, how I feel at the moment of talking about my guilt, about the guilt I feel regarding the death of my father. She spoke to me about the moment when she found out her father had passed. She was at home and she felt guilty because she did not feel sad. She did not cry. She did not miss him. She did not go through the steps of mourning, but she felt guilty. This goes beyond any intelligence or intuitive capacity. This is what we must explore. This is what we must understand, but we must understand it in the act. That is what we explore. We must name it. And by naming it, we can feel. This is a stage of opening. This is to exist. In a few words, when she says, all I want to do is to feel well, to feel good, she is evoking a world of human suffering and of pain. That is also a possibility. But in saying that she only wants to feel well, she is naming also something that is a feeling. not wanting to feel bad all the time. Who has not felt like that at some point in life, not wanting to feel bad, wanting to feel good again? All this walks hand in hand with a process of verification. And one must say where yes and where no to a patient. Existential therapy for me is a discussion, is a chatting, just a common dialogue, which includes, however, phenomenology. And this turns it into a powerful conversation. Such a powerful conversation, which leads us to what I call summit experiences. Now, the second point is construction. There we turn to phenomenological exploration. This has to do with reduction, going from the entity to the being, always asking what kind of questions do we ask? Open ended questions. Open questions regarding experience without leaving the relationship aside. Our own situations are crucial at this point. So we must always be asking with an interest of really getting to know. Now, reaching the end of the road, if I feel that we are at the end of the road, and this is how I feel you're telling me you feel you're at your last instant of existing. You are telling me that you're feeling that your life energy is abandoning you. What happens when you're there? What do you feel? What do you feel like? What thoughts cross your mind? What are the motivations you might have? Do you want to throw yourself towards the abyss, or do you want to throw yourself back to life? Do you want to keep walking and see if things change that way? Being there, what is it that you want? And what follows is what is. This is what her way of being in the world is. And the third point is destruction. But all these are truths that have been silenced to such an extent that when they are voiced, we feel uncomfortable. It even annoys us to listen to them. This stage has to do with polishing the details. That is when even more things come to light, more specific than simply feeling good. She realizes that is why she had problems with her father. That it goes beyond the guilt. She realized that she loved her parent, but he could not come near to her. Destruction has to do with penetration. Penetrate the dominant shell, and that way we can destroy ourselves and minimize ourselves in the process, but also supporting ourselves. For example, with this guilt, we have murdering rage appearing. Why? That is what guilt is. It is linked to murdering rage. Through all the questions, at some point, it appeared that the father had abused his own daughter during her childhood. She was not able to name that. She was not even able to remember it. But she felt uncomfortable when her father would pick up her own daughter, his granddaughter, and sat her on his lap. There are two types of pain: those that will accompany us during an agonizing death, and those who will change us, transform us. In the words of Mark Jimenez, in the face of this mystery, I do not resolve anything. I am amazed and I question, and something might appear through this. Thank you.
Muchas gracias. Muchas gracias, Ale.
Thank you. Thank you. In the program, the author is Santiago de Arteaga, but you are the co-author, right? Santiago de Arteaga couldn't make it to the Congress, so I would let you speak now, but they asked me to follow the order in the agenda, so I will start with my own talk. That is the psychodiagnostic process from an existential phenomenological approach. But we had to introduce yourself. Okay. Marta, government. I don't know how to move my slides.
No. ¿Puede poner la primera, por favor?
First slide, please.
Bueno, voy a...
Okay.
¿Podemos poner la primera, por favor? The first.
First slide, please. Okay. Okay, there we are. Thank you. So, I've always been passionate about two aspects of psychology, psychopathology and psychodiagnosis, and both have the purpose, the goal of reaching a diagnosis. But what is a diagnosis from an existential phenomenological approach? To diagnose is to identify a disease. However, the etymology has another implication, the etymology of the word diagnosis. I'm humbled to talk about etymology, Greek etymology, in this room. So, diagnosis is the origin. Dia and gnosis. In other words, diagnosis is to know through, to get to know through. In the case of medicine, it will be through symptoms. In the case of psychology or existential psychology, through narration and behaviors that could be observed. That peculiar relationship that we establish with our clients. Narrations and behaviors that I will try to interpret from three different points of view: the anthropological point of view, the psychological point of view, and the existential point of view. But how could we diagnose through an existential phenomenological diagnosis? As you very well know, psychodiagnosis is a process of several interviews, and the patient is shown different techniques, standardized techniques. But what's the main characteristic? What are the main characteristics of existential phenomenological diagnosis as different from other types of approaches? 3 points that relate to two different points of view on which I will base myself and I will try to present here. The conception of man, the anthropological point of view, the dismissal of the concept of projection, the psychological point of view, and the relationship with the other existential point of view. From the anthropological point of view, the existential phenomenological diagnosis starts thinking of man as a being that is merged with the world in a complex and dynamic organization that can be described from a phenomenological point of view. In other words, this conception is detached from the psychodiagnostic process based on this man-world axis, where one questions and the other one responds. The psychodiagnosis process is the possibility of offering the appropriate field for the subject to be freely oriented, taking what is significant for him so as to manifest himself and his horizon of possibilities. Now, if disease is a folding back in the unfolding of his existence, psychodiagnosis is a tool that can build a bridge in order for the subject, as Ricoeur says, can build a story that is intelligible and that is emotionally acceptable. Through the different techniques that are part of the process, we will be given the opportunity to pierce the world of the other and restitute the experience of the world that is observed. From the psychological point of view, and regarding the concept of projection, the existential psychophenomenological approach moves to the sense of perception axis. The world is inside, I am outside of myself. That is what Merleau-Ponty said in 1974. And the subject-object axis is broken. As Rollo said, that is the cancer of contemporary psychology. So the subject does not merely apprehend. The sense of perception describes the communion of the subject with the world, describing this process, making an analogy of the physical action of the launching of a bullet, or referring to the Freudian metaphor of the expulsion of the consciousness of certain contents, is to continue being anchored on Cartesian approaches, because we not only stimulate a perceptive action, but also make our imagination play. And imagination and perception allow us to become aware of the world through the three axes that are cross-cutting to this process. So the anthropological axis can transcend here and now. An existential axis, that is the one that allows us to link our present, past, and our future. And finally, the psychological axis, that as a bridge is laid between us and the world. So when we give to a subject a psychological technique to work with, the sensorial experience is communicated to us, making us involved in that reality. All our behaviors, spontaneous, and the ones that appear thanks to a test, manifest our way of being in the world, of being with ourselves, of positioning before certain questions, and assuming certain values. We do not project our way of being, but we make it evident in every action. So when we present to the subject a stimulus to be organized as we do in tests, or as we do with the thematic perception test, or to make a graphical representation, the subject will respond with his person as a whole, and the result will be the result of the imaginative and sense of perception process. The response to a task, to an assignment, is not a projection. The person doesn't put something outside of themselves. The response manifests what he sees and the intentionality that binds him to that present situation, captured by the psychologist, but because the psychologist is available for that. And the third point of view, the existential point of view, that is the relationship to the other. So this process is not possible without an encounter. So Merleau-Ponty said, we are committed collaborators for each other in perfect reciprocity. We are for each other collaborators, committed collaborators in perfect reciprocity, and our perspectives pierce one another's. The encounter will allow us to go together, seeking the truth, which will not be objective, but will be intersubjective, recovering lost meanings and joining fragmented unity and restituting the space, rehabilitating the bodies and going to find the other. This existential psycho-phenomenological approach is a free, intentional, willing act based on the intention to understand in some aspects of the world. In this sense, psychodiagnosis offers a bridge that we can walk together jointly that will make it worthwhile to live. Thank you very much. So, thank you very much. Now, let's move on to the next speaker, Max Jimenez. Max is the academic director of the Existential Circle in Mexico. Max, please.
Gracias a mis dos colegas con los que comparto el panel. Gracias al CIREC, sin él no estaría aquí.
Well, first of all, thank you, Athens. Thank you to my two colleagues, co-panelists. Now, when I was educated as a sexologist in Mexico, and I learned sexology through a very rational and positivist approach, where we had to do something so that the other person felt well. Now, when I came in contact with phenomenology, I thought it was great to join these two paradigms, the phenomenology and existentialism, because this does not ask us to circumscribe to normality. It is scandalous because it seeks experience which is an otherness, which opens us up to other worlds that we might not want to enter into dialogue with many times. Thirdly, when I speak of this issue, I like to start saying that I am here to tell you a story. I do not pretend to be offering the truth, just a mere possibility. I named this reflections on the possibility of two options, but then I thought that this title was wrong, that it should be called Reflections on Monosexuality. Now, there was someone said that truth has to do with questioning certainties, and I believe that in the sphere of sexuality, this is more true than ever. Now, I will begin with an example, and then I will look into the slides. 10 years ago, a patient came to me, a couple came to me, two women. I said I am a sexologist, and they are a gay couple. But I realized that when they walked in, one of the women would not get her hand off the door, as if she wouldn't allow me to close the door. In the end, she did. I asked them to take a seat, and when I came back with the coffees to offer them to him, one was very annoyed, and she said, "They had told us that you're good, but now I know you cannot help us." And I said, "Why?" She said, "Because you don't have two seats. You are not expecting two people. You're not expecting a couple. And it's not about just bringing another seat by the table. It is because people like you have hurt us a lot because they cannot understand what is a homosexual couple. There's what do we owe you? And I said, well, no, nobody had dismissed me this quickly. When they left, I looked out the window to see if they were not lying. And indeed, a person came out of a car, they got on and they left. Then I was coordinating the Mexican Institute of Sexology, and there were 2 models of couples there. Imagine, I felt very ridiculous. I looked at my papers and I tore them up, and I thought the sexologist who is supposed to welcome the sexuality of everyone was actually formed in the Institute of Proper Relations, which meant living in a couple, a heterosexual couple. I had not realized that the couple itself is a construct, which means we are closed to otherness. Now, when I say this, I always ask those listening to me that they should raise their man if they have been to a congress that talks about how we must live our sexual links. But I realized that since I was very young, I suffered in everything that had to do with my relationships in couple. I suffered because I didn't have a couple because I was too short, or I suffered because I had two partners at the same time. That is when I realized that we had changed the idea and the name of couple therapy to one of emotional and affective relations therapy. We had to open up to diversity. And I realized we were not used to opening up to diversities. I would ask us now to look into the first slide. Yes. So the first thing I wanted to look into was the term sex, which groups the physiological and anatomical characteristics that are genetically that are hereditary and place the individual in a continuum. Now, this is a definition that is widely used in my country, and I know it is also used in other countries. But what we can analyze here is how the very definition of sex is not only biological, and because it is biological, it is true, it makes us think that nature determines us. But it also makes us think that if we analyze the term, the very definition that is not a truth but a perspective actually is very telling. It speaks, for example, about one extreme, that in one extreme there is individuals that are reproductively complementary. That makes me think that sex is only for reproduction, and reproduction is between a man and a woman, and that makes me think that heterosexuality is biological. Or when we speak about genetics and hereditary features, this makes me think that I could never see a woman with a penis or a man with a vagina, because through the very definition of sex, I am destroying otherness. Now, I know this can be very scandalous, but when people of the same species, when I speak of people of the same species, I know that I am closing the door to zoophilia, for example. And I'm not talking only about sexuality, but there is also a side that has nothing to do with sexual pleasure. So if a person comes to me which has an emotional relation with their pet or their dog or with someone who is not a man or a woman, something that could never lead to reproduction, this is very hard for me to grasp. because the very definition of sex means that this should not be happening. And also what I call the jail of two, because we are between the male and the female, and everything that we call LGBTQ, etc., is a diversity not that we perceive, but that we create. That means if we look at these possibilities, the only other possibility is transvestism, and walk towards dressing as one or dressing as the other extreme. But this itself is in demise because we wear whatever we want, anything. Here we talk about transsexuality or transgender. Once again, we are speaking about two possibilities. So everything we call heterosexuality, transsexual, transgender, transvestite, always ends up in the idea of disease, because everything that is in the middle is ambiguous. We do not think about accepting all the chromosome diversities that exist. Whatever is between the two extremes is in a condition where one is required to identify as man or woman. If I am a woman, but I have a big belly, I have no hair, and I use a mini skirt, I might be feeling as a woman, but you will be seeing me as a man. And it's very difficult for you to give space to my experience. I know that. So what do? I operate myself to have breasts. I try to make my waist thinner and other things like that. Why? Because I know that I have to be more of a woman than most women so that you can accept me as such. And I believe that transsexuals are the pinnacle of the aggression that people of this diversity receive from us. This is what I call peripheric sexuality and diversity. I am not against this type of diversity, but there are other types of diversities that are not circumscribed to the normality of the two sexes. That is from where in Mexico, for example, inclusion arises. And well, after Marta, I feel a bit ridiculous talking about etymology, but inclusion is actually a closure. What we find, what we discover as processes of inclusion have to do with the need to enclose all these diversities into the peripheric diversity. Now, if we can go on to the next slide, please. Well, I'll keep on talking, see if it comes back. So what I'm talking about is how peripheric or peripheral diversity arises to strengthen this norm of the two sexes. So we might have heterosexuality, transsexuality, transvestism, whatever we want, is only at the periphery of sex, but it is not born to attack what is established. It arises to normalize it. So what do we call processes of inclusion? Processes of inclusion in reference to diversities that are not enclosed in the prison of two excludes all the diversities that do not ascribe themselves to this prison of two. How can we escape this firm belief that sex is biological. Maybe if we destroy the sex continuum, if we achieve this, not having the jail of masculine and feminine, we could really approach diversities from diversity. Understand that I am not with diverse people, I am diverse myself, depending on the moment and the moment and space that I inhabit at a given moment. But we continue to try and include, normalize, enclose, and produce diversities. When I speak of diversities, I talk about this possibility of opening up to mystery, of looking for the experience. That is why, for me, phenomenology is scandalous. It has to do with understanding processes. Processes such as a man and a woman from the phenotypical point of view, whose experience is not such, and not go into processes that have to do with naming. So, on this basis, and as I said, this is a story, it is a narration, it is an effort to try and look at other possibilities. However, what I do know is if we continue to embrace these two, this prison of two, we will fuel violence, aggression, and discrimination because we know how we must inhabit our sexualities. Thank you.
Thank you, Max, for sticking to the time. So, questions, Isabel, please go ahead. I'm sorry, but the speaker is not audible from the mic. Thank you so much for your presentations by the three of you, because you made me think about my attitude as a therapist, because the three of you, among many important things, you talked about the discovery process, exploration of what appears as new, be it through the diagnosis regarding gender, sexuality. So the presentations, your presentations, made me wonder, and I thank you for this, made me wonder about then, given this question that prejudices are useless and we have to transform them and transform us in our links or relationships. What is the support that we can resort to as therapists so as to consider that patients, the other, can be helped by us and have an authentic self? As you very well said, during these times of transformation, I wonder, it's a question that I ask myself. Would that point be that the subject integrates himself an integration into the world, okay?
Caería en un ensimismamiento. O sea, ¿cómo esto de ser sí mismo
How
con los
come
otros, desde
we
ser
can be ourselves with the others in a harmonious manner? As a therapist, I mean, it's a question I ask myself. And thank you for your contributions. Okay, let's see if I can summarize this. So your question is, given this situation of diversity and some ideas we have to revise, yes. So your question is, what would be the baseline or the basis on which I have to support myself in order to face this situation? So that would be your question, for example. What I would say is we should refer to the ethics of dialogue. So when I say dialogue, not only listen to the prevailing voices or the strongest voices, but to listen to those voices that we don't hear every day and open the dialogue. I like what you said, Max, about dialogue. But Isabel, let me attempt a response. I would base myself on facts. I believe, as Heidegger said, that we've been thrown, that there have been things that we have not decided. This is factual. And it's a question I wanted to ask Max. I think diversity lies in the possibility to choose, but there are certain things that I cannot choose, and that has to do with factual aspects. Thank you. Thank you very much for opening the floor to discussing these very concerning issues. Max, I was thinking, this couple that you had as clients, only 2 came to see you. It's okay, they were 3 or 10, but only 2 came to see you. What did you feel? I felt ashamed because they told me, we are too, because our other partner is parking the car, because it's very difficult to park outside your office, by the way, okay? Of course there are facts, but what you saw is what they brought. They brought 2, they were 2, and they didn't say upfront that they were 3, and they came to the conclusion that you are not going to be able to help them. There could be things that happen in different diversities. So we shouldn't be trapped in the discourse, in that type of discourse of they don't understand me, I'm different and I'm in another world, or people are judging me, when in fact they didn't give you any chance. And there was a possibility for them to see that you were not close to other options. I mean, more than once, it could be that we want to burn the ships, but we had to be ready to face this type of attitudes that end up being violent. This is what I felt towards your own role. Because you don't know, you cannot do it. I came here, but I'd rather leave. And you don't feel well when in fact you were there to help them or to open up. Briefly, I don't leave sexuality as factual, not the two sexes. What it is for me factual is to be complex and to open up to sexes, not to two sexes. Two sexes is an invention that we have that don't allow us to open up to new sexes. This is like a story that we've been told. The tuberculosis is bipotential. If I believed that there are more options, it's more than bipotential. But a therapist that thinks like that, this happens to you, yes. And I learned it very well. I have not received that as something violent, but as a warning to open up. I was very surprised and I was fascinated. And I tried to see whether there was a third party. You're right, two came to my office, but they taught me a lot. It was a great lesson. Are there any further questions? Thank you very much for this food for thought. As Alejandro said, during therapy, issues crop up. They were hidden, they were buried, and people open up. This is why the therapeutic event is so rich. Patients are surprised, therapists are surprised. I liked it. What Max said. I also think about facticities, as Sartre did, and the election of gender could be diverse, and we had to be available to everything that is new. That's the attitude of the therapist, to be always open and available. And to Marta, I love it when you go deeper into diagnosis, because that offers a huge possibility to open to different discoveries of being, and that will appear in the therapeutic process. But diagnosis gives us a vision of the future, of what can happen with that person, that being in the world. So thank you to the three of you. Thank you very much. Can I say something? Jackie Martinez said not so long ago that a patient gets to us for a reason, and once that is resolved, therapy continues, but now the subject changes. And personally, I believe that therapy has been seen as a place, as a space where you drive or allows the patient to be cured, but the phenomenological approach allowed me to consider my office as a space where the person can have a talk questioning himself or herself of how he moves in the world. And the issues are different, and you start talking about different things. And one thing is somebody crying, and the next day is somebody that is happy, and the other day is I don't have anything else to tell you. So there you see that is wonderful because the client comes and I don't have anything to tell you, and then you have the phenomenological bombs, as I call them. I'm in love with nothingness. It's dangerous. When you talked about what has been said and what has not been said, Merleau-Ponty talked about visible and invisible issues. Yes, Miriam. I apologize because I'm going to speak Portuñol or Portuguese. I don't remember your name, Alejandro. You talked about pain. I was surprised that your patient remembered his father, his daughter, but I thought that the most important thing was that she was suffering. Her pain was not to be able to love her father. So the specific issue that the pain brought to the surface was this: the fact of having memories of situations from her childhood. That's less important than the pain of not being able to love her father, because she must love her father. So I like that you supported her and she could discover her situation of being in pain because she couldn't love her father. Why do I say this? Because we tend to think that it's enough to know the root cause and that's it. But that's not the case. She wanted to love him because her father is many things. Somebody who was cumbersome, but was also her father. This pain, mourning the pain, because of the diversity of affections that we have vis-a-vis those that have already passed away. And this diversity we can bring to our therapeutic process. I really liked that you did that. And I liked what you told at the end. Max, I think there is a question between looking for the identity, to be in search of identity, 2, 3, transsexual, transgender, or many other ones. I think that's less important than the surprise, the difference. For us, this is more difficult in clinical practice because we talk better about what we see or what we coexist with. So there are many possibilities regarding sexuality, and the rest is to try to learn about what exists. I mean, Marta talked about facticity. Facticity is what appears, and many times we cannot describe it. It has no name. But that it exists is more important than giving it a name. Yes. Perhaps it doesn't have an identity. Alejandro talked about claims and complaints. so that it's important for the person to find their own options and resolve their own difficulties. It has to continue living its own life. I don't know if you have understood me. Sometimes we don't have that opening up. We are not that open. Sometimes we are not that open. We are so overwhelmed that we don't validate. It's very difficult to live in diversity. So that makes me feel compassion. Yes, compassion towards the therapist. Yes, to be able to coexist in diversity, love in diversity. Yes, but that's a difficult point, because loving difference is when you have a person that is abusing sexually of his daughter or son, because it is a difference. So phenomenology is a big paradigm that allows us to go to study or to inquire. Thank you, Marta.
Siendo espaço, porque precisamos comunicar-nos com outras possibilidades.
But I think we do need to also communicate with other doctors, other therapists, because they offer us a language that we can use to work on certain issues. Because factuality is only one fragment of the relation. We can talk with a person, we can reach a diagnosis. So I believe that contact with other professionals is essential. Yes, and I would also add that our work will be very important precisely for other professionals. Of course, those who are more focused on biology or medicine will find it more difficult, but we look into or we pursue this opening. And if we cannot do it, imagine those coming from other disciplines. Well, I would like to ask by thanking all of you for these for your presentations. I was thinking about certain ethical issues. Right now in Spain, there is a lot of talk about the so-called trans law, and there is an infinity there of adolescents who want to change their sex. But then I also come across many young people who want to change back to their original sex. So for me, there is an ethical issue. Or when a person of 15 or 16 years old, after 2 sections with a sexologist of that pertain to the program of this law, wants to change the sex and goes on to hormonal therapies and surgery. I don't know what's going on in Mexico or Argentina, but right now in Spain, this is what is going on. And I believe that this is an issue, and it is taboo right now to speak against this because you are accused of being backwards. It's what happens with euthanasia. Within 48 hours, I need to certify that some person wants to live or die. And at the same time, I am called to make a decision or give or allow in a certain way for someone to change their sex through surgery. Now, the public health system demands a diagnosis from me, and the patient, him or herself, ask for the diagnosis and the report from the very first day. And I say, no, sorry, I can't do this. I have, for example, people with a psychotic disorder, and I have other people who come and say, no, 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 but I want to be bipolar. I don't like your diagnosis. What I have to explain is that this is not how it goes. Each person goes beyond the diagnosis. What is important is the person behind the diagnosis, not the diagnosis behind the person, but the system itself forces us to reach a diagnosis very often. And we also have a term which is a postponed diagnosis, which we sometimes use just to get out of this predicament. Now, yes, I believe we don't have enough time to really go into this, but I believe that there are 3 stages of diagnosis. First of all, we try to see if this person is ill. Then we look into that, and then we try to reach a diagnosis. Because in order to go into a therapy, we need to reach a more personal diagnosis, which is what I also try to define. But yes, bureaucracy asks us to label people. But the moment I go into this, I explain to my patient that this is bureaucratic and that I do not agree to naming what is happening to this person, because what is happening today. Who knows what will go on tomorrow? Is there anyone else who would like to comment or ask? I have to say that I love this term postponed, aplazado, because basically what it does is just leaving everything for a second moment, because right now it's all about speed. We have to do everything really, really, really quickly. But what we have to do is to look into non-acceptance and non-normativity. If we can accept everything that exists, then we would all have time to identify ourselves. We would not feel the need to quickly go towards one or the other direction. Well, thank you very much for sharing this space with us.
Maybe we should start. We want to try to keep the schedule as much as possible. Although here in Greece, we are known for not keeping our schedules. But we will try our best to keep them because there is such a full program and we have so many activities happening. So let's have everybody slowly getting in place for our second keynote. I will be introducing Emmy van Dorzen. I guess she doesn't really need much of an introduction because you all know her from her many books and from all of her videos, but still, I will say a few words before we start. Emmy van Dorzen is a philosopher and professor of psychology and psychotherapy with 18 books to her name, translated into well over a dozen languages. She's the founder and director of the New School of Psychotherapy and Counseling and of the Existential Academy in London. Where she is also running her private practice since 1973. She was born and raised in the Netherlands, but she lived, studied, and worked in France before she settled in UK in 1977. Emmy has initiated the First World Congress as well as many associations and organizations, including the Society for Existential Analysis and the Federation for Existential Therapy in Europe and the World Confederation of Existential Therapy. But above all, I think Emmy is a human rights activist and a person who cares about what is happening in the world. For me, she has served as an inspiration for the stamina, determination, and passion with which she perseveres for attaining her goals. So I'm very interested in hearing her speech about living with freedom and meaning in time and space. And as she writes, Emmy's talk will be a whirlwind tour around human existence through time and space. So welcome, Emmy.
Thank you very much, Evgenia. And thank you all for coming together here at this wonderful Congress. And thanks to the Congress organizers for doing all this hard work to make this possible. I want to dedicate this session today to my late mother, whose 100th birthday it is today. Pretty much like a Greek mother she was, Nia. Okay, so we're going to be talking about freedom and meaning. And I must remember not to walk around too much. I got to stay within the view of the camera. So I hope you can see me out there. And if I walk too much, just give me a sign. Okay, click. Here we go. Living with freedom and meaning in space and time. There I am on the ground with the team at the New School of Psychotherapy and Counseling, from which Digby and I will be retiring in August, passing on the reins to Claire Arnold Baker and Danny van Derzen Smith. So that's what we do at NSPC. We run 5 master's programs and 2 doctoral programs, all in existential subjects. And we have about, well, over 500 students at any one time, most of them doctoral students. But what I will be now doing is doing more for the Existential Academy, which is a community interest company we created, a not-for-profit company we created to pass philosophy on to the community. And as part of that, we already do lots of things. But at this Congress, we will be launching a new thing, which is called the Existential Movement. And there will be an international board of advisors for that. And this is about bringing the ideas of existential psychotherapy to a wider public worldwide and to make a difference in the world and to actually enable people to live in the ways that we know as existential therapists it is possible to do. So it's about bringing wisdom to the world. These are those 18 books. This is the book I have just sent the second draft of to the publishers, which to my great pleasure is Penguin Publications, my first trade book. So hopefully you will get to see that. It's about the art of freedom, an existential guide to a wiser life, and that is very much with the existential movement in mind. So, what do we need? Why the existential movement? Well, I think we need an existential turn in the world. And what do I mean by that? I mean that we need a much more philosophical and emotional, existential understanding of what human beings are doing on this planet and how we can best live and learn together. It's not just nature that has been raped and exploited by human beings. It is also our own capacity for being the best possible person we can be. All of us are suffering from being chained to ways of living that are stultifying, that are upsetting, and that stop us in our capacity to be true to ourselves and to the best we can be. So we need to learn to be more engaged, more creative, and more reflective. And the structures in the world need to take this into account. And this is very much about the moral courage to stand up for what we believe in and to affirm these different values than the values that are currently dominant in the world, which are the values of using things and also using people and competing with each other for profit. So I think we need to learn a better way to make the most of the time that has been given to us and to rediscover the power of love and light that is available to all of us, every second, every minute. To love is to be attuned, to be attentive, and to be open. To love is to feel free, to make new connections and learn. That is what it means to love. And as Hafiz said, even after all this time, the sun never says to the earth, "You owe me." Look what happens with a love like that. It lights up the whole sky. And that is what we've got in our lives. And look what we sometimes do with it. We can do better than that. So back to old Heraclitus, who was very much the inspiration of the title of this Congress. And he was the pre-Socratic philosopher of change and flux. And he lived in Ephesus. And he said, as reported in Plato's Cratylus, all entities move and nothing remains still. All is flow and impermanence. And we know in our bones that the life that flows through us is impermanent. We only have so much time to live in this world and to use everything that's been given to us to contribute something to what is, rather than to keep taking things away from it. Now, freedom comes when we create or see some order in randomness. Randomness is not freedom, but order, too much order, is not freedom either. And there is a funny thing in physics that's been discovered, the second law of thermodynamics, which is that of entropy. Everything becomes less, everything diminishes, and you have to do a lot of hard work to keep things in order. Everything in the universe is, diminishing like that. And high entropy systems, like gases, are more free and can be better rearranged than systems that are tighter and more ordered. And I think it's the same in human lives. You have a choice to make your life solid and really ordered and organized, and to secure yourself. You can do that. But then you diminish the amount of freedom available to you. And the big question is, how much freedom can you stand? How much existential courage can you muster in order to live with freedom? And there is no prescription about that, as Yaki was reminding us at the previous session. There is no prescription to any one of us, whether we should order our lives or whether we should not order our lives, whether we should live with freedom or whether we should live with maximum security. It's up to you and you alone. But it helps to understand how it works. And it helps to know what choices you are making and what the consequences of that will be. I personally believe that I was given this body to hold as much life and as much vitality as I can muster, and that it is my existential duty to pass on as much of the light that I can pass on to as many people as I can pass it on to. And that will be my only task until I die, which can't be that far ahead as I'm in my 70s. So life is in flux, and this is not negotiable. This is true. It's a fact. It's true for all of us. You are born, you grow, you peak, you wither, and you die. That will happen. And the circle of life goes on. After us, others will come. Before us, others were here, some of who has left us their wisdom. So, while we're in life, we're also subject to tides and times and cycles. I love this poem. Until I saw the sea, I did not know that wind could wrinkle water so. I never knew that sun could splinter a whole sea of blue, nor did I know before a sea breathes in and out upon a shore. And it's the moon that does that. The moon pulls on the waters of all the oceans in the world. And there's this waxing and waning. And we forget all these rhythms of life that are also happening in us. You cannot always be at your best. And you will not always be at your worst. When things get difficult, remember, it is just part of this ebb and flow of life, and learn to go with it. So looking at the dimension of time, we see that we all change with the passing of time. Maybe time is an illusion, but it is not an illusion on this earth, because the number of times that the seasons have passed by in your life will determine how much longer you can hold on to that body. And you can either live with that in a wise way, or you can try to deny it, but you cannot change it. So the seasons are very much what determine our life cycles. And I have learned to value each season, maybe not quite as much winter as summer yet though, but maybe that will come when I'm old and wise. Descartes said in his meditations, Eadem mutata resurgo, I shall arise the same, though changed. And that is a great wisdom, because every time you go to bed and every time you get up, you're a little different and you have new experiences. And yet every day you will do many of the same things and you will have many of the same experiences. And all of us are in that same situation. Edmund Husserl spoke about this a great deal, and we forget about that. We forget about Husserl's great wisdom. It's not just about founding phenomenology. He said everything is genetically constituted, and what he meant by that is that everything is in movement, is in a process of historical change. And things are dynamic, they unfold. To understand a person, you don't take a picture of what they are just now. You want to know how they have gone with that flow and the tides and times of their lives. You want to get a sense of how they surf the waves of life. Vitality is about movement, and it has a source and it has a objective, a goal. So living in time is the key to existential spirituality. To understand how to be in the flow of time is to learn to become a more full human being. Heidegger, of course, in Being and Time spoke about this too. And his word for it was Entwurf, which means design, but literally project. It's about being thrown into the world and therefore being in the throw, moving through time from birth to death. And he said on page 240, as soon as man comes to life, he is at once old enough to die. And every mother who's had a baby will know this. The moment a child is born, your whole concern is to keep that child alive. And you know that it's fragile. And you know it will take all of your care and attention. And so it is with each and every one of you. You're holding inside of you that fragile child, and you have to pay your whole attention to your own survival and your own thriving. Stop being distracted by other things. Start looking at how you are looking after this precious gift that you have been given and pay better attention to it. So how Dasein, of course, is being there, and he spoke about the ecstasy standing out of yourself in your past, in your present, and in your future, and about being in the world with other people, Mitsein, and how our being is always ours. It's always mine. I have full responsibility for it, but I always have care for the world because I need it. And the people around me are part of my world. So the care defines me from the word go, and my being matters to me. So we have these 4 ways, according to Heidegger, to make sense of the world, to be in the world, to really be alive. The first thing is to tune in to our Befindlichkeit, our state of mind, our disposition, the way in which we are situated in the world. The second is to understand things using our verstand, our understanding, to make sense of things. And the third is to use the gift of language, not just to understand and feel into things anymore, but go one step beyond that, to articulate it and to speak it. And the moment you stop just feeling or just understanding things and you start articulating it, you enter into a relationship with the other people in the world. And you can be in dialogue, and you can learn from each other, and you can learn more and more and more. But never forget to go back to your attunement, because without that, you will get lost in lots of different things. But of course, for Heidegger, being lost is also a damn good thing, because all human beings, he said, are lost to begin with. And because we are lost, we are homeless, we are unheimlich. We are not at home. And so the search starts for a safe place in the world to secure ourselves. And as we try to be at home, we forget that we have to remain homeless, because it is only when we are true to our homelessness, which is actually our nothingness, as Sartre would say, which is actually our freedom. Only when we allow ourselves to be anxious in our freedom that we can create and that we can seek for truth, which is aletheia, which is unveiling what is hidden. And this, I believe, is one of the great tasks of each human being, to dare greatly to be anxious and to dare greatly to seek for truth, and not to think that you know, but to keep searching and to keep listening to the search that each other have been on and what we can learn from that. So as I said in the workshop, Heidegger's idea in Being and Time was that we should be resolute in this quest. Resolute, stand straight on our own, not be lost in the crowd, in the they, and be loyal to our own self. Well, I think it's a good start, but it's not where we need to end up. We do need to find our inner authority in the face of our anxiety and in the face of our freedom and what we're going to do with it. We do need that existential courage in the face of freedom. We need self-affirmation, identity, and authenticity. But it will never be enough. So the later Heidegger's idea that we also need Gelassenheit, the letting be, of seeing being and letting it go, not trying to control it or affirm your resoluteness, but melt away in what is. Perhaps that is something you discover at a later stage of life, where you realize that to be always on the lookout for the presence of wonder is very much what brings meaning to the world. It is a process of discovery of truth, and it's never going to come easily to you. There are many life tasks and duties that you have to do, and if you don't do them, you become dependent on other people and you go downhill. You have to learn how to survive. You have to learn your skills, how to keep your body going, how to earn your living. You have to learn how to be welcomed in the world. How to be welcomed in the world. And that's a big challenge when you're in a big room like this. And that starts by welcoming yourself into the room. And knowing, not only do you have a right to be here, but we rely on you to be here and hold your side of what we create together. It's about learning to respect yourself and respect each other and find the space and time to reflect rather than to feel you have to obey orders or do what you're told. Take that inner freedom, make a little room for yourself, breathe and think, close your eyes and think, who am I now? Who do I want to be? How do I want to be? Because that is yours and yours alone to decide. And if you don't think about it, the world will crowd in on you and it will find all the emptinesses in you and it will invade you too. So you need to learn to safeguard yourself and you need to learn to thrive, to be resilient and to allow yourself to be transformed the whole time. There are always lots of new possibilities because potentiality is always more than actuality, said Heidegger. And living in time is a huge exploration of the potential that is available to you everywhere, so that you can allow the energy to flow through you and to welcome it, whether it is a nice summer breeze, or it is a horrible storm, allow it through you and stand with it. You get to know yourself. You get to know how you were in the past and why you did and felt as you did, and you respect it and you learn from it. You never dismiss it and say that was a mistake or that was wrong. No, understand the life forces as they went through you and know that you did the best you could. Claim your present and claim your future and all your world relations. Life is an evolutionary process. We are bits of an evolutionary process that we do not know very much about, but it is clear that we're here to learn and pass something on. Your troubles are there to help you in that process. They don't interfere with it. They are gifts to you. Every problem is a way to show you some new angles to how life works. I believe, and that last sentence I think is very important, that freedom and meaning are emergent properties of existence. We only claim more freedom as we get better at managing our flow through time, and we get better at measuring how to be with each other, and we can actually see the freedom that is available in the world and see how we can wind our way through it. And we also see the meanings because we see how things are connected. And with every bit of experience, more pieces slide into the puzzle. And the more of those pieces have come together, and the more meaning we feel because we know where we fit into it all. But also the more freedom we feel because we see the possibilities. Now, Kirk, my friend, here I come to our great divide between humanism and existential work. I have made myself think about this very carefully. So, are we just in the here and now? Thich Nhat Hanh is very right when he said, the present moment is the only moment available to us, and it is the door to all moments. But that is the important bit. It is not a state, because, you know, the second goes and you're in the next moment. It is a portal. Every moment that you live is a portal to your past, to your future, and even to eternity. And here I turn to our teacher, Eugene Minkowski, who really had his act together on this. And he said, the present is all we've got. But actually, the present is composed of many strands. It is composed of the remote past, the immediate past, the immediate past, the immediate future, and the remote future. And so he described in great detail how we are in time in relation to the remote past, which is the zone of the obsolete and history, and how we create our life myth in that. And that's part of the work we do with our clients. Help a client create a life myth that they can live by, and that is a learning myth, a heroic myth, where they feel encouraged rather than destroyed by what has happened in their lives. And so we deal with the loss and regret of the immediate past too, going over it until it is absorbed and understood, and the remorse or the grief in the immediate past. But we also turn to the future, to expectations, checking how realistic they are, or maybe how few expectations the person has and how little they see of their own potential. And we also think about wishes and hopes and dread and anxiety, but also prayer and ethical action and the ultimate meaning of life. Read Minkowski, he'll teach you a lot. So I think time is multidimensional, as the physicists are more and more saying too. We are in all those layers at the same time. You know, I said I dedicate this to my mum, and by doing that, I conjured her up, and she's kind of with me. I don't think she's there, or she has a ghost, or she has a soul, but my mum is with me. She is there, and she will always be. And so you have many people in your lives that you can allow a space in your present. And you have also thoughts about how you would like your future to be, that you can invite into your inner space. And you can also learn to stand in relation to eternity and timelessness and the parallel universes, which is such a wonderful topic. You know, physicists who believe that at every choice point you have, Every choice that was possible is acted out somewhere in a parallel universe. So you are not just responsible for the choice you make, you're also responsible for the choices you haven't made. And the idea of special relativity, of time dilation, of the changes in time, how fast time flows when you do something you're deeply engaged with. You know it's different to when you are bored. You know it. And I can guarantee you that time weighed heavily on my hands when I was a kid. But now, it's just like nothing. It's flying past like lightning. So we need to make the most of our time and collect all the meanings we can get, all our past meanings, our present meanings, our future meanings, and very importantly, as you prepare for death, the eternal meanings too. So I use this method called structural existential analysis, and Claire Arnold Baker and myself are in the middle of writing a book about it, which will be published by Routledge. And this is a bit about how we work with time, but this is taken directly from Heidegger. So Heidegger said, in the past, we can either live forgetting what has happened, or regretting what has happened, or we can live with what he called repetition. We go over it and we recollect from it, literally go and collect from it the elements we need right now to make sense of where we are. And if you start to use your past experiences in that way, they become a huge and wonderful resource of things you have learned and things that are possible. In the present, you can either wait or rush, or you can be in the Gegenwart, in the being within the world, with all those hyphens in place, the connectivity of that moment. In the future, you can be as going toward, as longing for something or dreading something. But you can also learn to be in what he called anticipatory being towards death. And what that is to gather in your entire life and kind of own it, kind of have the authority over this work of art you are creating. When I make a painting, I start with an image of what I want to represent. Then I start doing the meticulous work of, getting the perspective right, getting the medium to work, doing the details of things, adjusting things. But all the time, I think back to the image, the vision that I'm trying to represent. In temporality, we can, as being eternal or infinite, we can reclaim our eiknes, the re-owning of our life. Eiknes means the event, the coming into view of what is possible, to live with the possible. And that, Heidegger said in his later work, directly leads to an immense sense of understanding and therefore gratitude of the being that is given to you. The gratitude for all you've already experienced, all you are currently experiencing, and all that is still possible to experience. He says that thanks alone gives rise to thinking of the kind we know as retribution and reward in the good and bad sense. So I personally like Baruch Spinoza's way of looking at things. He's always been one of my favorite philosophers, the only really Dutch philosopher that you can find, by the way. but really Portuguese. So he concluded that life should be considered, as he said, sub specie aeternitatis, which is Latin for under a kind of eternity. If you can think of yourself in relation to eternity and infinity, then you see yourself in a new perspective. You see how you connect to all that is and that ever will be, and all that flows through you and has ever flown, really, and will continue ever to flow. And when you do that, things take on a very different way of feeling about it. Instead of having dilemmas, you start to have analemmas. You know what they are? I love the analemmas. There it is. Look where we are. The analemma is the way you plot the positions of the sun over a whole year, and it creates a magic figure 8. It's what's called the lemniscate, and we also refer to it as the lazy 8. It's an 8 on its side, so it's a lazy 8. It's like it's lying down. It's the symbol of infinity, and I've used that figure 8 to understand how to work with time. So it always refers to eternity, but within that, each of our lives is actually this flow of 2 figure 8s from past to present, around your present, in the now, and into the future in your mind, back to the present, back to the past. It's a constant dynamic movement of your mind in 2 figure 8s. You got it, absolutely. And that is another way of representing it. So there is the eternity around you, but you yourself are doing this recollecting of your past, being in the moment and thinking, projecting into the future. And it goes on and on and on. This was the figure Claire and I came up with for our little book, Existential Therapy, Distinctive Features, to experience the same thing. And there you have it, going around your past, referring it back to your present, to the future, referring it back to the present. But ultimately, it goes wider and wider. As you understand better these different cycles of learning you go through, you begin to understand how it actually relates to something much better. So we rise above the idea of the personal timeline, which is, a way to show how you're doing in your life. But that's a very narrow way of looking at it. You go up as things go well, you go down when things don't go well. You can plot your lifeline, you can play with it at each level of existence. You can kind of see how you're getting on in life. But that forgets that whole thing about paradox and that whole thing about how we actually learn in time. It forgets the dialectical movement, where you have a thesis, your view of the past, an antithesis, your view of yourself in the present, and out of those 2, you are creating a synthesis, which is a wider view of how you go into the future. So dialectics matter because they are what enable us to go beyond our troubles, not by just ignoring them or leaving them behind, but by transcending them towards that view of eternity. So looking at this, for instance, if you feel you are weak and vulnerable, which I'm pretty sure you will all feel sometimes. So you start out with the idea, I'm weak and vulnerable, and you see others being strong and aggressive, but they aren't really. That's just a different way of being weak and vulnerable as well. So, you know, they're sort of opposites. They're a tension, and you wonder, you know, as many of our clients do, should I learn to be strong and aggressive like all those bullies are, or should I remain weak and vulnerable? Well, you know, dialectically speaking, you do both. It's never a compromise. You just make yourself bigger and you feel some of that courage in yourself as well as being weak and vulnerable. And you realize that gradually you're becoming sensitive and resilient. So you have a bit of all of that. And eventually you transcend that and you begin to see elements of that all around you, and you're no longer isolated because you start to recognize that your own process is shared in all these other human bodies and in all these other human lives, and that we're all on the same bloody trajectory, and we make our lives so difficult by making enemies of each other. What we need to recover is that dialectical movement. So that is when the light comes back, you know, what I started with, that sun that shines on us. We begin to embody that light, the light of understanding. In this poem, it says, I cannot tell you how the light comes. What I know is that it is more ancient than imagining, that it travels across an astounding expanse to each of us. May we lift our faces to let it find us. May you lift your face and find it, each of you. May we bend our bodies to follow the arc it makes. And we do need to bend our bodies sometimes. May you be supple and flexible about it. May we open and open more. Because when we open, we can love and we can create and we can understand. And may we open still to the blessed light that comes. And this is way beyond us, you know, way beyond our understanding. This universe that we are a part of, it is a reality. It is a fact. We don't have to have arguments about it. We had those arguments. Poor Galileo and poor Copernicus, they were killed for it when they realized that we were going around the sun and not the other way around. Well, it's the same for each of us. We are not it. We are just some place, some space in which a process is happening. Open to the process and the light will shine in you. Be in touch with the ontodynamics. Do not fear to open to truth and to open your eyes and your heart to what is actually going on. This is what Sartre said in his book Truth and Existence, which was published posthumously. To be open to true vision is to be free and to find your path and your destiny. And this is really important. And you don't have to solve all the puzzles in your life at the same time. Let your boat float on the surface sometimes. Be kind on yourself. Be patient with yourself and learn to live with the mystery instead of having to figure it all out at the same time. Trust that life will show you the way if you gently persist with the enigma that we're all trying to puzzle out. So encompass this as much as you can so that you can surpass your trouble and find your particular mission and direction And you know your neurons will follow. It's amazing what those little buggers can do in your head. But don't turn it around. Don't think what matters is what the neurons are doing. The neurons will make more connections if you do this existential work. And the neurons will even regenerate if you allow yourself to remember. And you allow yourself to feel. And you allow yourself to connect. They will connect too. They are your servants, not your masters. So the art of living is very much about spirituality, but existential spirituality, as far as I'm concerned. It's about weaving the different strands of life together into a meaningful whole that holds you safe. And strands are constantly added and taken away. And those losses are part of the learning. And they're also very important to us. And we need to tend carefully to all that pain and all that joy, so that we can find ourselves again and know where we are and have a sense of direction and purpose. We tune in to nature. Isn't that a beautiful picture? That sums it up for me, really. But then I love elephants. And we have to get close to nature because it shows us things we forget all the time. And we have to stay in movement. When you stop, you're having a rest, and you need a rest. Every night you need a good rest. But you also need to stay in movement with time and hold it lightly and move from your perplexity to clarity and from despair to hope. What is hope? It is a commitment to the future, a future of possibility, no matter what. Hope is openness. Hope is to be open. Hope is actually the same as love, but love is more directed. It is an openness that allows you to make a commitment to a particular world and to a particular being in that world. And it makes room, you make room for those things in your inner world. But it's always about hope. So Nietzsche said, to be radically free, we need to stop letting existence be a thoughtless accident and take up the challenge of what we are given as human beings and what we can make of this exciting journey, and to love our life in all its manifestations. You know where that is, don't you? That is where you learn to find out that you have to know yourself. And Nietzsche says, loving your fate and destiny in all its manifestations, that's amor fati, that's loving your life. And that is to recapture your radical freedom and to discover that freedom is a source given to you rather than something you have to do. And that is Schelling who said it. So back to that image. We stand strong and we move and we let it all flow through us. So we do that at all levels. I just got to credit my own teacher, which I haven't done enough in my career. Michel Henry was my teacher at the University of Montpellier, and he taught me about phenomenology. But a phenomenology that is a very different phenomenology than people normally talk about it. He said life reveals itself through pathos, through suffering, and what we need is an interior phenomenology rather than a phenomenology of the things in the world. And I've taken that challenge very seriously, and I think I have done him proud. So what we need is a phenomenology of life that makes room for our emotions, because this is how our existential birth happens. We are born physically into the world at birth, but we earn our existential birth by taking it upon ourselves to be open to what is and to not shirk the responsibility to bear our troubles and to learn from them, and to take the responsibility to give our gift to the world and to be creative and to be loving as much as we can manage or muster. And then really truth will set us free. Not some abstract truth, but the truth you figure out on your path in action in the world. And that will be an experience of really feeling you have a place under those stars and you are a child of the universe, going step by step with life as your guide. And this is what you do with your clients too. You walk with them and you help them explore the path and all its obstacles. I won't go on about that. You do this with many different levels of engagement. First through the feelings, then through the meanings, then checking the facts, then into the understanding, then figuring out the limitations, then the possibilities, and then shifting towards the dialectics and the transformative process, which leads to the ending of therapy. These compasses of emotions have been my absolute essential tool to understand where people are at. And I know everybody has only a limited amount of freedom at any point, and it is up to them to discover what they can and want to do, and not for me to say. But there are many things that stop our freedom. At the physical level, it's our facticity that stops it. The needs we have for safety, shelter, hygiene, sleep, food, water, elimination, sex, procreation, our aging, our fragility, disability, our lack of resources, including money or self-care or comfort, natural disasters, aggression and destruction in war and revolution, accidents, death, illness, poverty. My God, how do we do it with all these challenges? And that's just the physical. You know, give yourself some credit. Man, you're doing all this. You're having loads of these things on your path. You're doing it. That's amazing.
Emmy,
Socially,
we're
yes.
running out of time.
Yeah, okay, I'll come to the end here. What blocks your freedom at a social level is law and order. We need it, but it also blocks you. Slavery, wage slavery, coercion, rivalry, competition, deceit, fraud, guile, lack of respect, oppression, racism, misogyny, bullying, hierarchies and rules, patronage, fashions, traditions, imprisonment, house arrest, emotional confusion. What stops freedom at the personal level? Fragility of integrity, confusion about personality or multiple personalities, grandiosity, intolerance of self and other, bias, prejudice, error, character armor, harshness, lack of memory, imagination or reflection, denial, craving for oblivion, uncertainty, unconsciousness, illusions of acrasia. Acrasia in philosophy means weakness of will. Many people have the illusion that they have a weak will. None of us have a weak will. If you're alive, you have a strong will. To survive, you've got to do a lot of stuff every day. If you can support your life, you are okay. Don't let it get to you. Finally, what blocks freedom at the spiritual level? Amorality, random fatalism, ideological obsessions, hedonism and bliss as the only possibility. I'm not against a little bit of hedonism and bliss occasionally, but if that becomes the one and only thing you do, you got a problem. confusion about contradictions and paradox, lack of purpose and passion, fear of the beyond, of the gods, of the eternal, fanaticism, pursuit of delusions, superstitions, lack of vitality and creativity, no inspiration, purpose, or passion. So now you know why it is so bloody difficult to live. There are good reasons why you despair occasionally, but you have made it this far and you're doing great, and your clients are also doing much better than you think much of the time. Just remember to find your freedom, to get inner clarity and a sense of direction and meaning again, and you're going to be just fine. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you. Thank you, Amy. Thank you, Amy. You really came to my words about the inspiration in terms of your determinism and how strong you are, and so many ideas, so many things you shared with us. I'm just going to keep quite a few things, but most important, being in the flow of time, and how on earth are we going to be able to let go of our need to control everything and to be safe. But thank you. It was a wonderful and very inspiring presentation.
Can you hear me now? Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Good afternoon, dear colleagues. And thank you for joining us for our panel where we're discussing embracing our roots, building our future, examining the influences of the classical Greek philosophy and mythology on the contemporary existential analysis. I would like at the very beginning point out that we have some leaflets from the Existential Analysis School of Vienna, so I will pass them around. If you want to take one or more, please go ahead. Is this too loud? Can you, it's okay? Okay. All right. My name is Julia Günther, and I'm the chair of this esteemed panel of existential analysis therapists. We have with us Michelle Croqueville, a clinical psychotherapist, head of the Chilean Institute of Existential Analysis, trainer and supervisor, and founder of Existencia Journal in Chile. We have Alfred Langle among us, professor, psychotherapist, physician, clinical psychologist, and honorary president of the International Society of Logotherapy and Existential Analysis. Mihaela Lanaunu, psychotherapist and clinical supervisor at the Center of Existential Therapy in Vancouver, Canada, trainer and head of the Canadian Institute of Existential Analysis and Logotherapy. Last but not least, Susanne Pointners, psychologist, psychotherapist, member of the teaching staff of the International Society of the Logotherapy, of the International Society of Logotherapy and Existential Analysis, the Sigmund Freud University, Vienna, and the Bertha von Suttner University in St. Pölten, Austria. She's the head of the Vienna Institute of the Society of Existential Analysis and the founder of the curriculum in Existential Analysis Couple Therapy. So you see, we have a lot of expertise in this room. Before we embark on the journey of building a bridge between Greek philosophy and mythology and theoretical frameworks and therapeutic practices of existential analysis, I would like to share an encounter that I had yesterday when I arrived in Athens, and which reminded me of the International Congress and the global community that we are, but also of the intent of this panel. Upon arriving at the Athens airport, I decided to take a taxi into town as I felt too tired to figure out my way with public transportation. I got into a taxi, showed the driver the address I needed to go to, and he turned to me and said, "Okay, but first, welcome." I was so moved by these simple words expressed with so much warmth that it surprised me. I was wondering if I'm really that tired that I can be so moved. But upon reflection, I realized that it has been a while since I experienced such a warm welcome in another country, and that I've missed it. The pandemic disrupted the possibility of such encounters. It also reminded me of clients sharing that, especially at the beginning of therapies, me turning to them, to their pain, their biographies, their being touches them, enables them to look within and be in touch with themselves. As we continued our way to the city, he pointed out the stadium of modern Olympic Games, only to draw my attention to the ancient archaeological site, the Acropolis, 100 meters later. It was thus that I found myself in the in-betweenness of worlds connected. It reminded me of the intention of our panel to illustrate how Greek mythology and philosophy have influenced contemporary existential analysis. I felt our understanding of being in the world, life, being oneself, and the horizon of meaning so truthfully when my conversation with the taxi driver ended on both our love for a Greek seaside town called Kardamili. The scenic view of Kardamili combines the sea and the mountain, and thus within the image of two natural elements that are connected and back to our panel. The influences of classical Greek philosophy and the mythology of contemporary existential analysis. As we look at these influences as well as limitations in the presentations, we will have time to discuss the renewed potential as we envision the future of existential analysis and of being human in the 21st century after the presentations. So I would like to ask you, Alfred, to start us off with your input. And do you want to click yourself? Do you want to? Soll ich für dich klicken? Du machst es selber, okay. Ja.
No, this is. Yeah, hello. It's not easy to attract your attention after such a splendid speaker as Emmy van Dersen is and was and is ever. I try my best, and I also can tell a story from the airport from the taxi driver. We arrived and I asked the taxi driver if we can take with us a very important person to the hotel, and the driver turned around and said, "Here, every person is a very important person." Isn't that beautiful? Yeah, I like to speak about the influence of Greek culture, and it is not so easy for me to clarify that because there are so many influences that I would say I'm maybe a child of Greek culture and influenced on so many ways. I had 6 years of classical Greek in the gymnasium. My maturity journey was in Greece, my honeymoon journey was in Greece, birthday journey was in Greece, etc. And I read very many Greek philosophers and tragedies. And one book was Peter Bamm, An den Küsten des Lichts, On the Shores of Light. He described this, the element of light was so important in the whole Greek culture, and these reflections on the luminous shores of the islands and the mainlands, and this moving in between, this contributed to the flexibility and the creativity of the Greek culture. Of course, this is Santorin, and of course, Socrates, father of thinking, such a figure of human spiritual striving. I still don't understand him, why he didn't escape from the cave, from the prison, which is something incredible. He followed the rules of a wrong judgment and preferred to die, saying that, why shouldn't I die? it is better afterwards than it is here. He awakened and nurtured my phenomenological attitude early on. I read a lot of him and played the Platonic dialogues in Greek, of course, and they formed my thinking and the dialogical attitude which is underlying the existential therapy in general, I would say. It's absolutely dialogical, and Plato's dialogues are so fantastically constructed and open and inviting and inspiring. I was fascinated by them already in my age of 14, 15, and so on. I want to give a bit historical background. Before the humanism went down, there was still a last rebellion by Alexander the Great, who died in 323 before Christ with only 33 years of age. And he made a great empire. Then the Hellenic Empire disintegrated. The bearded people came, barbaroi in Greek. They had beards. There are some people still with beards. And invaded the country. It became a Roman province, and then the country was flooded by the steppe people of the Osmans, the Turks, who came in front, invaded East Asia and occupied not only the Asia Minor, but also the mainland. And this was something made me suffer so much. Our cradle of culture was now in foreign hands. After the 11th century until the 16th century. And they occupied the mainland Greece for decades, for hundreds of years. And even now in Asia Minor, when we go there to Turkey of nowadays, the Greek temples there, when I go there, I see such a difference in culture. It does not go together. This is our culture there. This is something as life goes on. Gratefully, then the Greek was lost, but in around 1200, Averroes, the Arabs, brought the Greek culture back to Europe, and we owe very much to them. And not only that we have the Arabic counting and ciphers, but also that they reconnected us with our cradle. This was the basis then for the humanism, which was especially done by Erasmus from Rotterdam, who was the great humanist, pedagogist, philosopher, writer, and up to now we owe him the basis of our culture in pedagogy, and the classical humanistic gymnasium he was founding, it is still in vigor. We have cultural influences, the language. The language, it's incredible. Homer wrote everything in hexameters. Meni, naede, thea, pelea, dioa, chileos, ulo, menen, hemyria, chaios, alge, teken, etc., etc. Hepta, poleis, diaritsusin, periritsan, homeru, smyrna, rodos, colophon, salamisios, argos, athene. Classical Greek, hexameters. What a domination of language. Greek language is playful, lyrical, gives space, is individualizing, has many dialects and epithets in the sentence. With its musicality, it gives space to the individuality and stands against the strict, grammatically tough and all subordinating Latin. It's very different, Latin and Greek. The literature, luminaries such as Homer, Sappho, Herodotus, Xenophanes, Pindar, Aeschylus, Sophocles, Euripides, Aristophanes, Aesopus. Incredible richness. Sappho has an ode to Aphrodite, immortal Aphrodite, on your intricately brocaded throne, child of Zeus, weaver of wiles. This I pray, dear lady, don't crush my heart with pains and sorrows, to just give a little example. And the Greek religion, this is the heaven of gods. This pantheon is a perfect psychological image of the human being, with the psychodynamics, especially the libido, but also of the existential problem of meaninglessness in the myth of Sisyphus. The Greek depth was fully aware of the importance of the unconscious, both with its influence on the human action and the resulting tragedy, as in Oedipus, who ignorantly slew his father and married his mother, and also in the importance of the unconscious in the oracle of Delphi, gaining information out of the unconscious. And the heading above the unconscious gain of knowledge is know thyself, gnosis auton. Philosophy, the great triumvirate of the Occidental philosophy, Socrates, Plato, and Aristotle, in the school of Athens, painted by Raphael in Rome, in the Vatican, but also the many philosophers of Asia Minor, Pythagoras, Thales of Miletus, Zenon, the Sophists, Heraclitus, Diogenes. And they had to believe when you do have an exact observation of the nature and the laws in the nature, then you have a view of God. And they said it in Greek. God is theos. And view is looking at, horan. Theory is view of God. The architecture, these temples, buildings, the basilicas, the marketplaces with different styles of the columns, they are still influential in the architecture of Western world up to now. And they stand for individualism. It shaped very much my sensibility for aesthetics. The theater had group psychotherapeutic significance. It served to purify the soul through lamentation and suffering. Catharsis, purifying the soul. This was the aim of the theater. It was, of course, a religious activity with a high psychological influence. The theater made explicit the tragedy of human existence, with its characteristic that existence is sometimes also inextricable. I read almost all tragedies and dramas, and I suffered them through personally. This was a very impacting self-experience for me, and maybe the best preparation for doing psychotherapy. Thank you.
Okay, sorry. Okay, thank you, Alfred. I now invite Michaela Lananou to you. You can't see her. Can you put the presentation, please? Yeah, I see it here. Okay, thank you, Alfred, for opening up the panel with the Greek philosophy and mythology, and reminding us of the dialogue and the openness that Greek mythology and philosophy gave us in existential analysis. So now Michaela will go into more detail. Do you want this? Yes? Here. Yeah.
Hello, everyone. And I understand that we are now all supposed to start with a story about the taxi ride to the hotel. So I'm going to just start like this, there are some expectations set that I was not aware of. So here is a little bit of a story about my ride to the hotel. So I took a cab, and so the taxi driver told me immediately, just to reorient me to where I was, that everything was born in Greece and everything is Greek and that's it. And the rest doesn't matter. And then I thought, oh, that's wonderful. Thank you. It's really reorienting coming after a flight, right? Like, oh, okay, I arrived at the center. Basically, that's nice to land right at the center. And then during our conversation, he also reminded me that freedom and authenticity are all that matters in life. And then I said, would you like to come to the Congress with me? And even more so, would you like to present? Maybe on my behalf. And he was laughing. But it was really, really profound. I can relate to what both of you, Julia and Alfred, described. It really brought me here, and it was deeply meaningful, and it was so simply stated and so true. So I felt at home, and I felt welcome. So that's my introduction to Athens and my taxi ride here. And here I am, looking at the title that is incredibly daunting, and the influences of Greek philosophy on existential analysis. And just to lower your expectations, my expectations actually, it's impossible to do justice to this topic in 15 or 13 minutes, Julia told me. 13 minutes talk. So basically, I'm just going to offer some points to entice you to dialogue. This was it's still supposed, I guess, to be a roundtable with the focus on dialogue and discussion. So these are just some points that you may want to, to reflect further and then to bring them into discussion with each other. So this is a very ambitious outline. I'm sure I will very much not follow it, because I'm not following my PowerPoints usually. But I just want to just highlight kind of some main trend stages of the Greek philosophical thought and how they shape not only existential analysis, because Alfred is here and he can tell you if he even thought about all this when he created it, or maybe he thought very differently. But just in me reminding of my own studies of philosophy and reading some of these philosophers, what struck a chord for me as being trained in existential analysis, it made me reflect, oh, okay, so this is a philosopher that kind of opened the way to this way of thinking. So these are some points, some kind of gifts to you to continue reflecting, to entice you into a discussion. So this is something that Alfred also talked about, the pantheon, like the heaven of gods, the Greek gods. And this is how Greek mythology started, and how Greeks used to make sense of the world and of their being in the world by relating to these gods. And it was that relationship with the supernatural, to what is beyond oneself, to bring some order into their lives, into nature, making sense of everything. And that was great, but that also led to lots of superstitions and kind of a dogmatic way of thinking, and not thinking, but just following some superstition. And so from there, philosophia was born, or the philosophy. And from now on, you'll see me walking a very fine line between an English pronunciation, Greek, Romanian, I'm from Romania originally, and other languages, so I apologize in advance for mispronouncing some things. But I think philosophia comes from philo, which is love or attraction, and sophia, wisdom. So a love of wisdom emerged, like ancient Greeks started to think. That was a miracle. They started to love thinking, questioning. And from this love of wisdom emerged and developed. And there were several stages of the development of the ancient Greek philosophy, like the pre-Socratic philosophy, the natural philosophy, because the questions of these pre-Socratic philosophers had to do more with nature. And then the classic philosophy, where we have the Socrates, Plato, and Aristotle, and then the Hellenistic philosophy with its own representatives. We get there. So the pre-Socratic philosophers, Heraclitus or Heraclitus, if you want English version, Thales or Thales, and Pythagoras, or you can find what is the right pronunciation in English, but I think these are the main three pre-Socratic philosophers. And the reason I bring them here, like to your attention, to remember them, is because this was with them, the reason and logic as source of knowledge were brought to the fore. So people emerge from like believing the superstitions and following, sometimes blindly, some religious doctrines to questioning. This is huge, that people began to question first what is true and how do we know it. This is the emergence of epistemology, what we call it today. How do we know it's true? Well, they told us the gods are saying so, but how do we know? So I pause here and I repeat that because I want to emphasize like something that really struck me as I was doing this presentation. Some people paused to think with their own head and to ask, what is this? How do we know it? And to question and think with one's own mind. I think this is very beneficial for us even to these days to pause and think with our own mind. So this insight, this beginning of love of wisdom is not lost on us. In fact, I think I would like to encourage myself and everyone to pause and think and ask questions, not looking for answers, but asking questions. But these pre-Socratic philosophers focus more on the understanding of the origin of the universe, the natural laws. That's why they are called the natural philosophers. And they were also, Heraclitus became aware and synthesized part of his wisdom into this famous quote that Emmy was telling us, which essentially means that change and becoming are omnipresent. We are in a continuous flux. So that was a very important insight coming from pre-Socratic philosophers that it's still very much represented in existential analysis, but also in existential philosophy and psychotherapy in general. And when we are doing therapy with clients, we step into flux with them. We meet them somewhere in their flux, in the river of life. And I think for me, it's something deeply almost sacred in that. Like I'm not just starting from zero. I try to attune myself and understand where am I stepping into that river? Where do I meet the river of that person's life? And this insight comes from a long time ago from pre-Socratic philosophers. Moving on to the classic Greek philosophy, or the Athenian Golden Age. And here you have the sculpture of Socrates on the left and Plato on the right. And you can see them if you walk in Athens by the Academy of Athens. You can see these sculptures. You can see it's a beautiful place. I highly recommend if you have time for a walk. I was about to say at lunch break, but probably we are past that. And the main contributions of classic philosophers, which are usually the ones who are mainly talked about, are that they began to shift the focus from the natural world more to the human being, what it means to be a human being. They began the study, the elaboration of what we call anthropology, from anthropos, human being, Plato has a model of the anthropos, an anthropology. Some of the influences we find in EA today in existential analysis, right? The differentiation between the material and non-material part of the human being, for example, and even if we don't promote the dualism that way in the anthropological model of existential analysis, it's still the awareness that there is the material part, the body, and then the non-material part. And then also the classical Greek philosophers were preoccupied about Mitwelt, how to be with each other, how to live with each other in community, and how to govern themselves. And they did that. The democracy was born that way. Like we gathered together in the agora, and again, beautiful place to visit, both the Greek agora and the Roman agora. So we meet into an open space, we talk with each other, and we figure out how to live with each other. So that's a profound insight. In existential analysis, of course, dialogue and talking with each other, how to be with each other are at the core. Then also the question about living a good life, which is very much what we talk in existentialism, existential analysis, what it means to live a good life. The birth of morality, of ethics, happened during that time. And Aristotle, I mean Socrates, Plato, but Aristotle actually, who wrote a lot, he wrote a first book, so to speak, on ethics. And he really elaborated the virtue ethics, as we call it now, and the virtues. Then also the epistemology, like very heavy question, how do we know what we know? Again, the reason and logic will continue to be promoted as sources of knowledge. And thinking in and through dialogue, that was the main method. And to these days, in existential analysis, in existential therapy, we say that dialogue is the means through which we understand. We open first to what is, we let it impact us, we understand, and then we act based on this understanding. And then another very important insight from that time is the critical importance of self-knowledge, self-awareness, self-knowledge, self-reflection. It's not just about the world out there and knowing the world out there. It's also about turning our view, our gaze inwardly and learning about ourselves. Like, know yourself. Socrates, I mean, actually, it wasn't Socrates who was the originator of the words, but they are associated with him. So that's a big insight that continues in existential therapy, existential analysis. I mean, in existential analysis program, we have what we call self-experience, which is really a practice in self-reflection, self-knowledge, self-awareness, with a heavy, of course, component of the experiential, like emotional content. And then we have the Hellenistic philosophy, and some of the main schools, we don't have time to go into all of them, but I listed them just to do justice, that they exist. Is the cynicism, Diogenes being the person on the left side here. And these philosophers overall were more preoccupied of what is a good life, and more about like what it means to live a good life. And for the representatives of cynicism, a simple, minimalist life, and usually lived in harmony with nature and disconnected from all the society rules. By then, there are a lot of rules. We are not at the beginning of democracy when people are gathering and they are freely talking. Now there are rules, and those philosophers reacted to that and say, well, sometimes we need to take a stand against the rules and the norms, even democratic norms. So these are kind of the seeds of going against social convention and reclaiming authenticity. The seed of authenticity counterposing self and society at times. Then Epicurus is one philosopher that said that a good life is a life that minimizes suffering and promotes, enjoyment. Stoicism, like I think we owe a lot in our existential thinking to Stoics, right? Like we talk about freedom from our conditions, emerging from our conditions and finding our personal response. I understand I have to finish probably. And so the main contribution of this period was, again, focus on happiness, peace, serenity, personal fulfillment. Again, the statues that I was talking about. Socrates, know thyself, you know that very well, the self-knowledge, very important. Then the art of dialogue, that it's called maieutic in Greek, and that means midwife. Maieutic, Maya means midwife. So it's a midwifery. I think that's a beautiful metaphor about birthing new ideas in and through dialogue. Plato, what can I say about Plato? I mean, even saying the name is overwhelming. But what really struck me, and maybe I will finish with this, is his definition of being. That being is simply power. And if we go to his dialogue, the Sophist, Plato wrote that my notion would be that anything which possesses any sort of power to affect another or to be affected by another, if only for a single moment, however trifling the cause and however slight the effect, has real existence. And I hold that the definition of being is simply power. I was struck by this because in personal existential analysis, in the first step, the PA1, we call it, of existential analysis, we really dwell on that. What impacts me? What has power on me, on my being? And that is, and then we talk about what impacts and impresses upon us, that which has power to affect us, by which we are affected. This is the basis on understanding and then on acting. So I was struck by that definition of being and how we get to the essential, to the being, to what is, through this process of personal existential analysis with our clients. The allegory of the cave, Michel, my colleague, will talk about that. I talked to you about this. And just not to forget Aristotle. This is a statue of Aristotle. And some things that stood out to me in reflecting on his contributions to the modern world was like his concept of aitia, which is the bringing force as an understanding of responsibility, not as that heavy duty burden that we carry on our shoulders and we feel guilty about, but it's really the bringing force, that our ability to respond, to engage and respond, which I think we really have a lot of this in how we work with clients, how we invite them to shift from the burden of guilt to giving a response, to engaging, remaining open, and bringing forth their own person to respond. Causa finalis, the purpose and meaning, that's also Aristotle with his theory of the four causes. Ethos as authority, authenticity. Ethics, I already said about. And then I leave you with this, I promise, Julia. What is like Heidegger in his essay, What is Philosophy, wrote that the Greek mode of questioning something as to its whatness or isness. I read it in other texts. It is this form of questioning which Socrates, Plato, and Aristotle developed. They ask, for example, what is the beautiful? What is knowledge? And that is a fundamental change in how we think about our world, life, ourselves. And this is what we ask all the time in therapy, in existential analysis. Ultimately, what is this suffering? What is this person suffering with or struggling with or dealing with? So this way of thinking, going for the essence, like staying with this question, what is something that is deeply impactful in our work as therapists if we work from an existential tradition. And I am done. Thank you very much for listening and for the extra time, Julia.
Thank you, Michaela. And thank you for reminding us that thinking, questioning the question of living a good life and being is simply power. It relates to what Emmy was sharing with us earlier. And the question of what is. I think these are very powerful thoughts. And with that, I give the floor to Michelle. Would you prefer to sit there? Okay.
It's okay, the sound? Yeah? No? No. Yes? ¿Y cómo se sube esto? Here is better? Yeah. Hi. My my coming to a city was not so interesting, maybe as of my former colleagues, I came by metro. I wanted to know how people use their usual mode of transportation, and I found that people is so kind here. They explained me everything. Finally, I arrived safely to my home. So, Kalimera. Okay, I will talk about Aletheia. Truth and phenomenology in the existential analysis therapy. But who is Aletheia? According to the Olympic odes of Pindar, Aletheia is the daughter of Zeus, but in Greek, Aletheia also related to Lethes, the river of oblivion, one of the 5 rivers of Hades, flowing through the cave of hypnosis. Those who drink from the water of this river forget everything before reincarnating. Then Aletheia is the negation of Lethe, that is, the negation of what has been forgotten. And thus, etymologically, we speak of a deconcealment. Aletheia, therefore, refers not only to the fact of truth, but rather to unforgetting, basically to remembering. But what is truth? Of course, natural sciences are familiar with the methods objective proof and accuracy, but that is not the truth. That is why truth must be separated from objectivity and accuracy. Objectivity is only an attempt to arrive at the generality of a statement in which the subject and his interest are consciously disregarded to make it universally verifiable. We can think of the truth from 2 different places. The first is the objective fact, that which appears before me and is shared with anyone who observes that. But there is also the one meant by what is observed, and which therefore is not obvious or generalizable, and which is accessed from hermeneutic phenomenology. The patient finds meaning from what appears to him, and this truth belongs to the realm of existential analysis. As long as objectivity is correct, truth concerns the person. Truth is existential. Socrates, in dialogue with Glaucon in the allegory of the cave, tells us, after the description of the men chained in the cave who only looked at the bottom of it, what would happen if any of them looked at the light? One of them is set free from his shackle and immediately made to stand up and bend his neck around, to take steps, to gaze up toward the fire. And all of this was painful, and the glare from the light made him unable to see the objects that cast the shadows he once beheld. But what is phenomenology? In modern times, the word Aletheia was taken up by the philosopher Martin Heidegger with the meaning of unveiling, inspired by the allegory of the cave, as a way of explaining the truth. Truth, or Aletheia, only makes sense if something is hidden under a veil, and human beings can produce or extract this truth. Lenglet explains widely in his development of phenomenology applied to psychotherapy that concept of de-hiding, revealing, what is and bringing it to light. Heidegger's hermeneutic phenomenology of interpretation can define as an instrument to answer the following question: what and how much can I know? And specializes in passing from the mere appearance of things to the being of them, to what is behind, to what is the essence of things, to bring the information that is in the subjective appearance. Therefore, the fact, the truth, what it is so important to look at, to expose. Without access to the truth, without turning and looking at the light, it will be very difficult to complete the process of self-understanding that phenomenology seeks, and to make decisions about reality. For phenomenology, as Lengle says, concrete facts and details are required. However, sometimes they are either very painful or feared, sometimes also ignored in their importance. So patients have not dared to look at them or confront them. Only what is real provides me with a firm ground to walk on. This firmness allows me to step safely and leave it behind me when I take the next step and continue my walk. But what is confrontation? Existential analysis is defined as confrontational psychotherapy, a concept that is sometimes confused with violence, abuse, and so on. However, confrontation is something quite mundane. It comes from the Latin con, from cum, to be close to, and frontis, front. Being or standing in front of something or someone. For instance, when we ask a client, "How are you?" we lead him to confront himself in order to urge him to ask himself that question. It is a confrontation with his being here. Now I wanted to share with you two experience with patient about this confrontation. A patient who had already received treatment in previous years, with whom we had already established a therapeutic bond and whose problem was already solved, consults again about relationship problem. He suffered as a result of a violent father as a child. At 7, he had to come between her drunk father and her mother so that he would not beat her. He even insisted her to hide in her bedroom so his father would leave her alone. He had to sleep with a knife under his pillow. Nowadays, already an adult with a profession, he cannot have mature relationships with his parents, with his partners. The woman said to him, "With you is like stepping on eggs." He's always on the defensive with women. He's unable to see them and relate to them as peers. Then comes the issue of her mother. And he said, "I always feel I must protect her." I asked him. So I asked him to take a look out of the cave, no? If you look at the situation now in which you protect your mother, how does it appear to you that at the age of 7, you had to interpose your body to take care of her? Shouldn't it be the other way around? Shouldn't she be the one protecting you? He was 7. Suddenly, his mother begins to appear before him, the one who could not stand in his way to take care of him. His mother retreated before his father, exposing him. Much anger emerges toward her. After a few weeks of feeling of disgust towards her, time allowed him to start looking at her with more distance. He says that before, he felt only compassion for her suffering, but now, while he could feel some compassion, he could see her as the adult she was, and she is, responsible for her decision and their consequences. Several weeks later, he told me that they were able to talk. He tells her that in therapy, I saw things I had never seen before, that he always saw her as a victim, and now he saw her as responsible. Also, that he could understand her. They cried together. He tells me that, I quote, "It was a very healing conversation for both of us." I recently learned that he is already living with a woman and projecting together into the future. Another patient that I had, she was suffering from a lot of anguish, and confronted, asked her, with that could be the most feared situation in existential analysis. We call this step in the treatment of anguish, portal of death. She could not even enunciate it. What was so impossible to mention that remained hidden without being able to be revealed? Her body is visible tense. The gaze is lost on the horizon. And she said, "The death of all my children finally managed to bubble. I could not live with that. I prefer to die," she said, crying. I perceived her anguish, the horror at such an image, and the gesture of denial she makes with her head. I asked her, "You would really be unable to live?" All we know that death is here, It's not it's not probably to die, but it's a certain possibility, "You would really be unable to live?" She replies very palely, "No, I couldn't." She was not able to see her life continue before such a fact. And how would it be like? Would you kill yourself? She remains silent, shocked by this new confrontation. After a new silence, she cries quietly, "No, I really wouldn't kill myself, but it would be very painful to continue living." What happened to her? When confronted and guided to look, she realizes that despite this significant eventual loss, she can bear it to continue living, something she could not even think or consider, to be able to continue being and living despite that eventual painful wound in her life. After this confrontation, she can visualize living and enduring, albeit with pain, a possible life with such a loss. Therefore, dealing responsible with the truth requires the adoption of the fundamental existential position, openness to the question, from which the true answer must be obtained, correct for the person and situation. The attitude of questioning allows us to recognize that should not be hidden so as not to prevent the patient from taking charge of his or her life. The truth is the starting point. It is a solid foundation that invites, even exhorts, to move towards it. All truths has the right for life to be oriented towards it. Thus, the life plans can be included in it. Truth is about being. Truth is what it is. Truth is a reality with which one's relates one life. Truth has its meaning in aligning one's life with what it is. But which are the conditions, necessary conditions for this confrontation? Truth in the existential sense can only be something that restores us and guides us to being and let us be. For something to be true for a patient, it has to be mediated so that the patient can take it. First, the therapist must have the confidence and courage to walk the path toward aletheia, making sure that it can be and can continue to be with everything that happened in itself and in the patient. It is not the case there is a risk or distress in the therapist, leaving the patient abandoned to his or her fate, and or transferring his own insecurities to them, interrupting the process that is taking place. Also making sure that the patient can endure what he or she sees, that it can remain despite the impact and the eventual pain. And yes, the light can blind at first, and it can also hurt. However, it is likely that what the therapist already saw, that truth, your patient has also already intuited, as another patient told me. But it can also happen that this one has not intuited or wanted to see. Then this is not the time. And as therapists, we must be very respectful of the patient's time and processes. That is why the training of the therapist, as well as his or her phenomenological and empathic capacity, is so fundamental to see his or her patient in depth. What else is required to such an encounter with aletheia? The closeness with one's own feeling, the clarity in what is right, and the decision that it will bring well-being, which will be for the better. The latter must ensure that what is going to be done makes sense, in such a way as to convey to the patient that he or she is in good hands, that he or she can trust looking towards the light, that he or she won't to be dropped. They will not be left alone. What kills is not what is considered truth, but brutality, power, objectification, and objectivity. An alliance needs to be built, a therapeutic bond, so that the patient experiences the security that although it hurts to look, even it is frightening, the vision of what it is feared, but often intuited, besides him or her, there is a therapist, there is a person, a human being who will accompany him or her with a therapist humanity to travel the path that will lead him or her to leave the patient's care. Truth, Truth is in reference to the self. Only what is real provides me with firm ground to walk on. Truth adds its meaning in aligning one's life with what it is. Evcharisto. Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle. Thank you for reminding us what truth means and confrontation in existential analysis in the combination of phenomenology, which is very important, and respectful of time and process of clients. I think it's always good to remember that. We will continue with another presentation of the combination of Greek mythology and practical work. And I give the floor to you, Susanne.
Thank you for the invitation. Thank you for the preparation of this panel, I will of course pick up the stories of arriving. Against my habit and to practice Alicia, this time I didn't prepare a ride. So I was a little bit uneasy when we arrived, and yeah, I met very dear people, and I got a ride by a philosopher. So what really saves us is personal encounter. That's my message. I could finish here, but let me add a few more words. I would like to start with a poem of Rainer Maria Rilke, which, as so many others are, is inspired by a Greek myth. In front, the slender man in the blue cloak, mute, impatient, looking straight ahead. Without chewing, his footsteps ate the road in big bites, and both his hands hung heavy and clenched by the paw of his garment, and forgot all about the light lyre, which became like a part of his left hand, rose tendrils strung in the limbs of an olive. But she walked alone, holding the god's hand, her footsteps hindered by her long grave clothes. Faltering, gentle, and without impatience, she was inside herself, like in great hope, and never thought of the man who walked ahead, or the road that climbed back toward life. She was inside herself, and her being dead filled her like tremendous depth. This excerpt from Rilke's poem captures the dance of a couple, whatever gender. It's not only authors, distrustful, trying to keep control. It's also Eurydice withdrawing that causes the final separation. The myth, Orpheus was a gifted singer and poet who was given a lyre by Apollo. So powerful was his music that even the sirens were silent to listen to him. However, his beloved wife Eurydice, the nymph, was desired by a god. Fleeing from this violent god, she stepped on a snake and died from the bite. Orpheus was saddened to death. Man and nature mourned with him, the birds fell silent, the flowers withered with grief. Finally, Orpheus followed her to the underworld, where he struck the lyre for Hades and his wife Persephone. Both were deeply moved by Orpheus' music and granted him his request. He would be allowed to leave Hades together with his wife. The only condition was that he should not turn to his wife while she followed out. However, when Orpheus had almost finished his ascent, he turned around. Out of concern, Eurydice disappeared forever into the realm of the dead. In Reed's version, Orpheus, unable to love another woman, was torn apart by the Maenads and was reunited with his beloved in the underworld, while his lyre was placed in the sky as a constellation. There are many ways to interpret a mythical story. Today, I would like you to existential analytic couple theory practice. In one session, I told the myth to a couple in which the theme of autonomy and connectedness played a central role. Arthur and Fiona have only been together for half a year, and Fiona also has a relationship with a woman, which she wants to keep. She wants to develop new concepts of life. Arthur wants to have a more classic monogamous relationship and to raise children. Seemingly hopeless constellation. This is not a matter of negotiating compromises. In fact, for many couples, solution-oriented couples therapy is successful only for a short time. The couple comes with a request for solutions, but usually the partners do not want to fix themselves, but the other one. They want the relationship finally to work. in reality, for couples, this means that all 4 fundamental motivations, as Alfred Langley describes him, he's my Hermes, so I'll mention him several times, sorry, they are even more threatened, quickly trying to find answers. They have stress when they need safety and trust. They feel separated when they urgently need tenderness. They feel urged to submit when they need space to find their own. Clenching teeth, they give in to arrangements when they long for encounter, meaning, and fulfillment. Couples therapy aims to free couples from reactivity and to lead them to personal encounter. Couples are connected in their longings, biographical injuries, and life themes. Jörg Willi calls this the psychodynamic aspect of this entanglement collusion. In existential analysis, we would say that they also share values. And they often unconsciously, they try to deal with certain life themes, with certain issues together. It means a strong attraction, a common interest, but also entanglement. The word couple is derived from Latin copula, the yoke. Arthur and Fiona each experienced a childhood that influenced their longing both for autonomy and for connectedness. Arthur has also an innovative side within him, which is why he is so attracted to Fiona. And she, who brings modern partnership models with her, has also an unacknowledged desire to raise children. But she doesn't want to trade that for her independence and self-assertion. Initially, Arthur's intense courtship and attention impressed her. Now, however, she experiences need for control as invasive. The less Arthur can hear and feel and grasp his nymph, the more she slips away from him. Both must therefore learn to let go of something in their views of life. It will also be a matter of discovering and integrating something of their not yet unfolded world of values in the other and through the other in themselves. They will also have to descend into the underworld, seek out old hurts, discover hidden longings. They must learn to trust themselves, fate, symbolized by Hermes, and the other. They must not confuse decisiveness with absolute control. They must learn to play the lyre again. Only then can something new develop that exactly matches their potential as individual and as a couple. For this, a look at myths can be helpful in couple therapy. They restore a sense of dignity in the couple because this marital war is often very humiliating for the couple. So we don't focus on the dysfunction in existential couple therapy, but let's say in the picture in the hero's journey. For the therapist, of course, they bring also they have high diagnostic relevance and they serve this purpose better than the unbridled marital strife coram publicum. So, what binds couple more than material or social factors are the shared values, the visions, and sometimes the redemption fantasies, the unconscious redemption fantasies. Through stories and myths, the couple can gain access to this deeper part, the spiritual part, the psychological ones. Working with stories enables an intuitive grasp of complex context. It nourishes the couple because it makes its vivid imagery makes the inner child soul vibrate. Myth appeals to our limbic systems, our feelings, without connection to our emotional world. As we know, there is no authentic finding of meaning for oneself and no real encounter with the other person. But mobilizing feelings can also cause harm. And this is even more true for couple therapy, as the one who hurts and the one who is hurt is present in the session. We don't only talk about it, but they are here. So we have to try to prevent them from repeating this in the session. And helpful is to overcome the reign of psychodynamics is the personal and existential analysis by Alfred Lingley. The guided dialogue keeps in mind the context and the meaningful direction. It's not about acting out the effects or sending appeals to the other. It's about receiving each other's thoughts and feeling, understanding the message, finding an opinion, and coming to an action that is ultimately developmental for both. One citation again, letting go is like the bow for the arrow of wanting. Fulfilling encounters, growth, promoting connection cannot be made. It can arise when the space for it is created. So, through many dialogues, laughing, crying, diving into the imagery of myth, understanding the biography and the protective patterns, Fiona and Arthur weave a wanting that also leaves space for growth. Fiona holds fast to the outside relationship, but she begins to grapple with the idea of a family. And Arthur becomes more autonomous, paying more attention to his own interests and his friendships. Knowing from my own marriage, which has been lasting for 35 years now, I know that there is still the underworld. And there is still the liar. And there is always a secret to discover. So couples therapy serves to enforce self-care and reunion. In the words of the poet Khalil Gibran, stand one with the other, but do not stand too close, for the pillars of the temple stand separately, and oak and cypress do not grow in each other's shade. The pillars of the existential analytical dialogue working with couples form the 4 personal existential basic motivations. A helpful path through the underworld is the personal existential analysis. And reaching the end of new existence, let's stay connected and let's look forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Susanne. And thank you for reminding us that the underworld and the reunion is always part of a couple and important to keep in mind with couples therapy, and for bringing us Fiona and Arthur. And thank you to the 4 of you to continue my narration of the way to get to Athens and the taxi. Personal encounters indeed, very important for existential analysis. So we have about 15 minutes left, which I would like to use for you four to get into a dialogue. I will stand here because there are only 3 mics on the podium. And I would like to start with you, Alfred, if you would like to address a specific point that the 3 presenters brought in, and in relation to building the bridge to contemporary modern existential analysis of being human in the 21st century.
Yeah. Big question.
I know. That's why I'm asking you that question.
Thank you. Socrates, Plato, and Aristotle stand for me for dialogue, idea, and empiric approach to the world, Aristotle. And all 3 are very influential or very basic in, let's say, our existential treatment. And the search for truth brought ashore the idea of appearance, phenomenology. That what we see is not identical with what is there. The actuality is in difference to reality. And therefore, the central question, as Michaela put out, was, what is? This is very, very central in our search for the aletheia, for the truth, when we confront or when we accompany our clients and patients. And the Orpheus is a tragic figure. This story always hurts me. He regained Eurydice and he almost saved her and brought her back to life and back to his relationship to life. But both, it is a failing which is inherent in existence. The idea of a couple life, the idea scatters and dismays at the nature of the human being, on the underworld which is in us. So I just wonder if you have any idea about this connection which I tried to make between your presentations. The Socratic dialogue, the polarity of idea, a reality behind the reality, of which we only see the shadow, the noema, and the practicality, the empirical approach, the research, the investigation. In this polarity, in the midst of this polarity, the Greek philosophy and the Greek culture, literature, has never overlooked the inherent tragedy which is in our life, and which we, in therapy, we have really to deal with and to bear with our clients. There are many tragic situations and moments, but we can face them if we don't forget what we have forgotten. If we look at the aletheia, because this is the real ground on which we stand. Maybe you have some comments on that. I try to make a summary in the light of the Greek spirit and the Greek philosophy, the Greek understanding of existence and the human being.
Thank you, Jan. Michelle?
Well, my English is not so good as to develop something so, with much richness. But for me, the truth in psychotherapy, that's why I choose to share that with you, is always very important. But for me, this is I discovered that in existential analysis. But for me, what is more important is how the therapist must be prepared to face the truth. Because a lot of time, I am a supervisor, I have seen my students that when they are going to a step to do that, this confrontation, they go back. And I realize that they are not prepared yet to do such a thing. And for me, that is very serious. I commend myself to teach much about that, because client cannot be left alone. They must be with somebody that can face the truth. As painful as hurt their eyes, glance at the light, I must be with him. If not, I better to go back and prepare myself in another time and keep sure the client.
Thank you. And facing the truth, very important step. Susanne, would you like to continue?
Yeah, what my Bible was Eschmann, who wrote the Greek diary, and he's sort of he's a little bit angry with Socrates because he writes that why do you always keep asking, and why do you not keep the secret? So this was sort of the edge to another way of looking at life. And I think what I like with the Greek philosophy and the myth and psychotherapy, existential psychotherapy, is that it tries to keep the tension. It tries to combine this, or to keep in mind these polarities. We try. Of course, we have a certain we go a certain path. We try to find to have an outcome in mind. Fulfillment is a value. It's a goal, and still we try to be open and not knowing whether we will succeed, the patient will succeed, and where it will lead us. And I think that's what is so great about the Greek myth. It's not moral. It's not, if you do that, then if you just stick to your ideas, then you will find your beloved one. But you can always fail. You never know. And still, like Sisyphus, it's worth trying.
Thank you. Michaela, would you like to respond?
Yeah, so I found your synthesis, Alfred, very enlightening and very good. I mean, for me, it captured really the essence of how I experienced the existential analysis psychotherapy. Like it's really the method, you named it with Socrates, the dialogue, like this dialogue that is fundamental to how we do therapy, basically. And then the focusing on the essence, looking at what is beyond of what we see, what appears. And that's our endeavor, like to see the essence, to see what is beyond. And I think what Plato initiated in the history of human thinking, this the fact that what appears is not what is a huge insight of an immense magnitude in therapy, but also in human thinking. And we are doing this in therapy, as you also said, Susanne, like we are trying to follow the way out of the cave with more or less results, but like we are inspired by this. And then, of course, we keep searching. Like the empirical part for me that you mentioned, that Aristotle for you is mostly about empiricism. Like, is that searching, seeking, and looking again and trying again. But for me, it captured really well how I experience therapy and supervision.
Mm-hmm. I know it's a big question towards the end of our panel, but I'm wondering if you have any future perspectives of. It seems like we have a lot of the Greek philosophy as part of our work practice, of our theories, of our frameworks. But where are we going ahead?
In the same way.
I thought you would say that.
Yeah, going on in disclosing, in trying to look behind, to understand better, to find more who I am really, who you are really, and to remain in dialogue. I think this is already a cosmos, a universe. I can't imagine more.
Okay. All right. I think that sums it up very well. Dialogue, the universe, Socrates, something that he gave us many, many centuries ago. the idea, the empiric approach to the world that Aristotle gave us, the appearance, the phenomenology that existential analysis is grounded on, the question of what is aletheia, the truth, the subjective truth as well. And I like what you said, Alfred, before. If we don't forget what we have forgotten, I think that's a very important aspect of psychotherapy. And to unface the truth, to keep the tension between the polarity and to keep an openness and not be moral in psychotherapy. So I think it's a beautiful bridge of Greek philosophy, mythology, and the very practical and theoretical existential analysis. So I thank you, the four of you, for giving us your insights, and I thank all of you for participating. I wish you a good break. Thank you.
So, welcome everybody. So here we are again, ready to take part in this symposium number 7, which the title is Exploring the Realms of the Therapeutic Encounter, Co-Creating a Therapeutic World of New Possibilities. So we will be beginning listening to Dr. Jorgen Dar. She will be presenting the element of, the therapist contribution for presence and attunement. Please, Evgenia.
Well, first of all, Katerina, thank you for inviting me to this symposium with so many important figures sitting next to me. So it's kind of daunting a little bit. But I will try to do my best to live up to the circumstances. So when Katerina asked me to participate in this table discussing the therapeutic encounter, what first came to my mind is therapeutic presence and attunement as the two very important contributions of the therapist. And as I started thinking more about it, I also got some feedback from my class, the third-year students, that where we're teaching two very important books of Ernesto Spinelli. The latest one has just been published. The one is The Interpreted World, and the other one is Practicing Existential Psychotherapy. And we were discussing about the practice of psychotherapy, and one of the students said, well, then we go into the therapy with no agenda and no expectations. And I thought about it, and I replied, I said, no. When I go into the therapy room, I go in with an expectation and with an agenda. And my expectation and my agenda is from myself, not from the client. I don't have an expectation or an agenda for what is going to happen or what the person is going to bring or where the therapy is going to go. But I do have an expectation from myself to be there, fully there, and to try to create a relationship with this person, to try to establish an alliance, a therapeutic alliance. And by being there and by being present, of course, I am very often thinking about an article that we also read and give to our students and the third-year students, because the third-year students who are entering the clinical cycle are doing more phenomenological work. So we really basically talk about Ernesto Spinelli's work and Eric Craig's work. And Eric Craig has written about what he calls disciplined original presence. And in a recent article that I had the chance to publish at the Journal of the Society of Existential Analysis, I also added disciplined, original, and non-imposing presence. And I think that, well, what Eric Craig means by discipline is that we do need to have a certain discipline in ourselves and in the way with which we are in the moment. Right? We can't just say, blurt out anything that comes to our mind, right? But we do have to think on the basis of the ethical code in terms of what is in the best interest of my client at that moment and what is it that is important to share, and how am I going to share what I'm going to share? So there needs to be a certain discipline, and also the idea of originality has to do with authenticity, to try to be real, to try to be my who I am in the encounter, and not to play a role or to pretend that I am somebody that I'm not, which has to do with, in my mind at least, with the idea of also being the expert in the room, and that I am the one that knows and will tell my client what is best for them. Although very often clients do have that expectation that we will tell them how to go about living their life, but this is not what we're there to do. What we're there to do is to help them find out their own way of living life and of responding to their dilemmas and their crises and so on. Discipline and original presence, and I've added non-imposing. And recently I heard in an interview of Ernesto Spinelli about unknowing, and I liked it very much because he was talking a little bit also about this non-imposing way of being, in the sense that I just mentioned, that we don't really know. We don't really know what is happening, or what is the person saying to us exactly. And I think that this is a very important thing about phenomenology as well. Right? That it is asking us to put in parentheses, to put aside what we know, and to enter into the relationship in an open-minded, but I would also add in an open-hearted kind of way, to really try to experience as fully as possibly what is the person bringing, and how he or she is experiencing the world, and not assume that we do know what they're talking about. So the ability of the therapist to be present in a non-judgmental and non-imposing manner creates a space in which the client can really unfold his or her life story. And it was very nice that Katerina yesterday in her opening ceremony presentation talked about the avatar of the Asclepios. And in many ways, I've translated Eric Craig's article on sanctuary and presence, this idea of sanctuary as the avatar. Of course, I had also written about this before I had met Eric Craig in 2012, because I think that the two important ingredients of the therapeutic relationship is the creation of the relationship and the space, right? And this space is a sacred space. And I think this is why Eric Craig chose the word sanctuary, to emphasize the sacredness of the relationship and of what transpires in that room. And I think that, for me at least, one of the most important elements of the code of ethics is the element of confidentiality, that what is shared in that room is really private, and we need to respect it as much as possible, because the person is really revealing themselves and are opening up their heart in a way that they probably have never done before. So we need to be very respectful. So we create the safe space, and we create this kind of trust that I think that very often has been severed in life by our relationships in the past. But so what we're trying to create is a new experience where the therapist needs to be very attuned, right? Needs to be able to hear, to listen to what the person is bringing. When I was in the beginning of my practice, I was so entangled in thinking what I had to say that I am sure I missed out on a lot of what was being told by my client. As I'm getting older and getting a little bit more secure in that it is okay not to know, and that as therapists, we're not there to share our wisdom, but to share our presence, and that what people need is somebody that can listen to them, and not somebody that can tell them wise words or whatever is going to be in, consolation for them or whatever, but to have that space where they can actually hear themselves. And I'm becoming more comfortable with silence in the room. I see that I listen a lot better. I'm a lot more present in the moment with whatever is arising and whatever is happening. And that helps me also to be more self-regulated. And I think that this element of self-regulation is very important, because our clients very often are becoming very emotional. And we are there to provide with a certain sense of stability. All right. So although we are attuned and we empathize and we are fully absorbing what their experience is, or trying at least to absorb as much as possible what their experience is, it is also important to remain as self-regulated as possible, so that we will give a different kind of a way of relating. Okay, that if we were to also get into panic, and if we were also to get extremely emotional, that would definitely not be very useful either to the client or to ourselves. So the big challenge is twofold, is to try to remain open to whatever is happening in the moment, and to be in the world with the other person, and to really make them feel that they are in a safe space where they can really unravel their life story and come to an understanding of what has happened. I will talk a little bit tomorrow about this, what I was inspired by, of course, Heidegger and his historical authenticity, because it's a big challenge to be able to make our own history, our own, right? And to really be the authors of our life means to be able to embrace everything that has happened, all of our lived experiences. And in order to do that, we have to first be able to acknowledge them and be aware of them, although they are so painful very often, and then to be able to integrate them in our life and in who we are. So I think I'm going to stop here, and thank you again for inviting me.
I thank you, Evgenia. I like the fact that you need to contain your client's anxiety, so you are containing mine. And thank you. So I thank you for being here. Now we will listen to what Alexis Charisiadis has to bring to this symposium, which is growing and growing. Have you seen all the people? Good. So Alexis is going to talk about the element of playfulness in the psychotherapeutic process. Playfulness and psychotherapy. So please.
Thank you, Katerina. It's about playfulness, but don't expect a playful delivery of the... I will be reading my presentation. If you are here for playfulness, we have the master of playfulness right next to me, Dr. Stalikas. So, okay. I'm thrilled to be here today among such a wonderful group of colleagues and friends to share my inspiration for this presentation, which stems from both my background in teaching existential psychotherapy and my first-hand experience as an existential psychotherapist. Today, I will be discussing the concept of playfulness in psychotherapy and how it can enhance the therapeutic process. As some of you may know, at Gignestai, the Hellenic Association for Existential Psychology, we've been training psychologists, psychiatrists, and counselors in existential psychotherapy for many years. My recent experience teaching the fourth and final year of studies has given me the unique insight into the evolutionary stages of training in psychotherapy. As students progress through the program, their needs and skills change, leading to new challenges and opportunities for growth. In the first year of training, students may struggle to overcome their fears and biases and learn to appreciate the unique perspective of each client. At this stage, the priority is to learn the basic rules and skills of psychotherapy, the ethical code, and how to be with the client in a way that will not cause any harm. As students progress into their second year of training, the focus shifts toward building skills such as active listening, empathy, reflection, and questioning. As Professor Spinelli notes in one of his works, the art of existential therapy lies in the ability to ask the right questions, sift through options, and help clients arrive at clarity and responsibility. By the third year, students must confront their own existential dilemmas and how they affect their relationships with clients. This stage may involve more self-awareness and self-reflection, as therapists must be more than technical experts and instead become human beings who are willing to engage in the existential adventure. Finally, in the fourth and final year, it's time to integrate theory and practice and develop a personal style that reflects the uniqueness of the therapist. The existential therapist should not have a fixed technique, but rather a flexible and creative process that encourages clients to explore new possibilities and take responsibility for their choices. In the fourth year of study in our training program, we are delving into James Bugental's The Art of Psychotherapy, as well as his latest book, Psychotherapy Isn't What You Think. While the first book provides valuable tools for acting psychotherapeutically and conceptual ways of analyzing the process, Bugental emphasizes that in the end, psychotherapy is an art beyond technique. We are focusing on freedom and creativity in the therapeutic process, as our trainees have already learned the principles of the profession, abide by the code of ethics, feel more secure in their role, and are encouraged to add in their unique approach of practicing psychotherapy. According to an article from 2005 titled Toward a Better Understanding of Playfulness in Adults by Guittard, Felland, and Butil, playfulness is a child's internal predisposition that can make any activity play. As children develop the skills required to face and master their environment through play, it's important to question what becomes of playfulness as they grow older. Does it still exist in adulthood, or does it disappear with children's play? If it persists, what are its characteristics and manifestations? Could playfulness have a therapeutic role with adult clients? Playfulness is seldom studied in adults, but it's safe to assume that the components of playfulness in children are also relevant for adults to some extent. Research has shown that playfulness can alleviate boredom, release tension, prevent aggressiveness, increase group cohesion, and foster creativity. It is a valuable element of therapy, obviously a valuable element of therapy. As Alfred Lengel puts it, playfulness is not trivial or frivolous, but rather a way of approaching life that emphasizes the freedom, spontaneity, and joy of being alive. Viktor Frankl believes that humor may also be a useful tool for existential therapists, as it can challenge fixed ideas, promote insight, and open up new horizons. Each of the elements of playfulness we've discussed can be thought of as part of the larger art of psychotherapy. But it's important to keep in mind that if these elements are used in isolation from the specific therapeutic relationship or moment, they can come across as inappropriate, untimely, or even incomprehensible. Nonetheless, seasoned therapists understand that such moments are essential to a thriving therapeutic relationship. However, it's not all fun and games. There are risks involved with using playfulness in therapy. For example, there's the danger that the client may misunderstand something or be offended, or that the therapist may overdo it and become arbitrary. As a result, we should only encourage students to explore this approach during the final stages of their training, with appropriate reminders of the potential risks. Nevertheless, a well-trained therapist, possessing the appropriate moral constitution, personal therapy and supervision, should have the courage to introduce playfulness when it's appropriate in psychotherapy. Questions about when and how to use playfulness can only be answered within the living therapeutic process and the relationship between two individuals. While the technical aspect is undoubtedly critical, what makes psychotherapy truly valuable as a human endeavor is the art component and the therapist's genuine human presence. Thank you very much.
So thank you, Alexis. I will go down there to present myself. Okay, thank you so much.
Actually, I will present. This is Katerina Zimnes. And
I think we are ready for the first slide. The people, our guardian angels who are helping us there with the... So first of all, I would like to share why I chose this topic. First of all, thank you for being here. I'm sure that by looking at the title, you'll say, oh, you will talk about research. What is this? You see, existential therapists do research, but we do it in a playful way and very present. So one of the things that I was really interested in since I began my studies in psychology was what is it that really helps, whatever help might mean. And after some years of practicing, I found in my way one of the members of this panel, Dr. Stalikas, who was my supervisor at my PhD. So we both were very curious to see what helps, but not from our point of view, the experts, but what do clients say about what helps in psychotherapy. I will begin my presentation by the end. It's a spoiler. So what really helps is absolutely attuned with what Eugenia just has brought, and Alexis. What helps is the co-creation of a therapeutic world of immense possibilities. So that could be the end of it, and I could go down and sit down and relax. But if you want, I want you to vote. We can see some aspects of the research, because the research was not, I enjoyed the research. You might think I'm a masochist, but you know, that presence that Eugenia brought was while I was doing the interviews. I don't know how familiar you are with qualitative research, but I enjoyed the fact of interviewing these people, sharing. Sometimes the sharing was like more than 1 hour, and it became sort of therapeutic, going back to how it began, because there were 3 questions. What drove you to therapy? What changed, if something changed? And what helped? So you can imagine that for all the people that were interviewed, they were driven back to their first therapies or many therapists. One of the things I want you to keep, and then I will show you the PowerPoint, but very quickly, because I think it's better to bring the experience of the people and my own as a researcher. So what was important for these people is remembering all their therapists. Write this down. All my therapists, the good ones and the bad ones, have stayed forever in my life. So you can imagine the responsibility that this is for us. Second, after doing the research, then began the part that I had to classify and to order to put an order and create the different kind of categories that were in that research. I had a research buddy who was doing her research along with mine, Dr. Lakiotis, who is somewhere there, who was calling me every morning saying, have you written anything? Because she's more disciplined than me. And then there was a process of writing and producing, and as I told yesterday, incubation. Incubation was taking too long because I was enjoying that part, but at some point, the date had to be given. So, are you interested in me showing the PowerPoint? Because this is it. I mean, okay, how many minutes do I have? Who is keeping the time? 5 minutes? We will pass through, but if you're interested, I can share this with you. So let's see if I can manage with this. Yes. So the purpose of the study was to see, don't spend a lot reading that, but I will try to be brief. The purpose of the study was to study what helps on how successful psychotherapy, there's a lot we can talk, what is successful psychotherapy, but I contacted many experienced therapists who shared some of their clients who had finished therapy somehow. So I had a quite big sample, but finally we reached our saturation point at the 10th interview. Of course, there was a thorough review of the literature. There was a really need to explore the client's voice, because if you see all the studies on psychotherapy, most are written from the side of us, the wise people, but the voice of the client is absolutely ignored. So there is a disproportion between the studies that study psychotherapy from our point of view and from the client's point of view. So I told you before the research questions, and of course, this is the interesting thing, is that all the participants had been working with all those approaches that you see in therapy. The interesting thing, another spoiler, is that all the helpful factors and the experiences and the findings have all an existential base. Nobody was focusing on techniques. Everybody was focusing on how therapy contributed to open possibilities and see new ways of being in the world. So, I told you the last, the findings, which is the central category, which is that the process of therapeutic change unfolds, is an ongoing, is unfolding, I would say. We have to change the word, Dr. Spinelli here, with ing, in a co-constructed world of new possibilities. Ernesto loves the INGs. This is why I refer to him. So the main categories were the client's request, seeking help outside the familiar environment, the therapeutic process, creating a therapeutic world, and change, experiencing reality in a different way. The end of the sessions meant that either therapy was completed and that it was a continuing therapeutic process, because all these clients referred to therapy that has finished, but all of them referred that therapy is an ongoing process that never ends. And again, I want you to remember that all clients remember their therapists forever. That's a model. It's in Greek. Sorry, but I didn't change. But in a way, it's like the gray cloud is the client comes, asks for help. The mauve rectangle is a therapeutic process, and then the yellow one is change, if there is some change, which can bring out new issues, and then there's a circle ongoing therapy. And then there is the finishing, the ending of the sessions, either because you leave, you don't want that therapist anymore, or you found your own answers and the client believes it's enough for the time being. So the therapeutic process entails a client who is giving meaning to reality and experiencing new emotions. There's a therapeutic relationship, which means co-creating a safe, dynamic, and professional relationship. And the therapist, which is the therapist highlighting personal characteristics and human professionalism, which are important, as Eugenia said in her talk now, that it's important to enter the therapeutic room with responsibility and professionalism. Then here we have some findings like the contract, like investing in work, in personal work, like trying to understand the therapeutic process, utilizing the approaches of the therapist, working with emotions. I will not go into that detail because we would need more time. Then this is the part of the therapist. The personal characteristics of the therapist are very important. One of the participants told me that I loved my therapist's huge body because I felt that they, in this case it was a woman, could embrace me and hold me and wasn't going to be dissolved because of my problems. Well, that gave me an incentive for eating more chocolate. Yes. And then another was what I remember. I could bring raw data, which is fantastic. I really enjoy going back to those interviews. One of the participants said, I asked them, what is it that helped you most? And you know what she said? Entering into my therapist's office after a day's work, smelling the aroma of coffee, and my therapist telling me, go and grab a coffee before we enter therapy. I mean, that was a helpful factor. You can imagine what kind of experiences this research has. And then another important thing is the therapy, what the clients brought is that the therapist's faith in the therapeutic process and the validation and the capabilities of the client. Probably it's the first time that a human being is validating another human being for many of our clients. And finally, the therapeutic relationship is part of the process of psychotherapy, and it means that it's based on the presence of the therapist, trust, security, acceptance, and of course, the characteristic of the therapeutic relationship, it is that it is dynamic and professional. So there are lots of things that we could be discussing, but one of the things that, although we were studying the client's approach, what came out is that the therapist is responsible for the psychotherapeutic process and for shaping the therapeutic framework to conducive therapeutic change, whatever that may mean. So I go back to Rollo May's, according to me, my favorite dictum of Rollo May, who says that psychotherapy is the creation of new possibilities and options. Well, I think we're done, and I think I'm done. I'm eager to listen to Tassos Talikas and to Ernesto Spinelli. So whoever wants this slideshow, I can happily share. Thank you so much.
Hello, how are you? Welcome. It's so interesting for me to be here and talking in those terms. So my talk, and I don't know how would you put the presentation up there. So my talk is called Co-Creating a Therapeutic Work, an Experiential Approach. And an experiential approach, it comes from this experiencing, it comes from the here and now, it comes from this idea that what we get in the session from the clients is our experience of things. All right? It's our experience of things. How do we experience the world in the here and now? So we're using this kind of like phenomenological understanding that the data that we're going to use is the experience that the client brings into the room, as very well Evgenia said earlier. And this is our challenge. So your challenge is to look at this picture that I just have on this thing until you just feel every brush of it, and then feel the emotions that the painter had as he was painting the painting. That's what's called phenomenology in a sense. Don't take me too seriously anyways. So what I'm going to talk then is I'm going to talk to you about a particular type of therapy that gives a lot of importance on the experiencing of the client and on how this experiencing of the client can guide us through change. The pictures I chose are not by mistake. It's like they're very thoughtful and they have a meaning, and each one of you can create the particular meaning you want. But the meaning I want to convey to you here is if you were an experiential psychotherapist, and when I say experiential psychotherapist, so you have like some theoretical understanding, it's like the experiential psychotherapy of Alvin Marr, or the experiential psychotherapy of Les Greenberg, or the focus, you're doing generally focusing, but I'm also thinking about Eliot, T.S. Eliot, the emotionally focused therapy. So these kinds of people, what they say, in one way or another, is like experiencing is the important datum. That's what we work with. And it's true that we have to be open when we go into the session. We have to put ourselves in a bracket. We have to put ourselves, our belief system, and what we want, and our expectations, and what we think is going to happen in the bracket, and go into the session really open to allow ourselves to share the experiencing of the client. What does that mean exactly? Is that we have to allow the experiencing of the client to come through us. In a sense, it means that if I was going to say these words that the client is saying in this particular way, how would I be feeling right now? And this is our guide. Unrelated but related concept. I was watching, I decided all of a sudden to go back and watch all kinds of old movies this period, like Godfather 1, Godfather 2, Godfather 3, The Last Tango in Paris. And now I'm into Star Wars. And I'm watching Star Wars, and, one of the expressions they say in the Star Wars is like, trust your instincts. So you have the force inside you, and may the force guide you, and trust your instincts. And I was listening to it, and I was like, that makes completely sense for the therapist. Because basically what the therapy says is when the client comes in and talks to you and you let his or her words to come through you, you have to really trust your instincts as to how would you feel if you were saying these words in this particular way, and then you respond from this particular point of view. So I don't respond as a therapist, but I respond as if I'm kind of interfering, or like there is an overlap of our experiences, and I'm answering to the client from his experiential point of view. I don't know if that makes sense to you, and I will try to give you some examples if I have the time to say that so. So let's start that experiencing then, and client's experiencing is very important. And what the therapist is trying to do is to kind of get to the client's experiencing, understand what the client really means by what he says, and then it throws back to the client his own understanding or his own experiencing of what the client has said. So as an example then, the other day I have a client, a guy, he's in his 50s, my office is downtown, and this kind of downtown, not the very famous like Kolonaki downtown, but the Platia Victorias downtown, with a very diversified population and so on and so forth. And this is the area of the red, the brothels, the red lights. So on his way to his session, my client accidentally passes through this street, and he kind of takes a glance to the girls that are working there. So he comes to me and he says something like, "Oh, it's amazing. It's so disgusting. It's like all these women, they go out, these prostitutes, and they are like, their breasts are out there, and their skirts are so high. You can even see their genitals, and yada, yada, yada." And as he's saying these expressions, and I let myself say these words come through me, what is the experience I'm getting? The experience I'm getting is like, oh my God, I'm so horny. I like them. So I trust my guts and I say, you like them? Ooh, they're so appetizing, right? And he just looks at me and goes like, because yeah, they're really appetizing. That's what we talk about, the experiencing, hearing an experiential voice and trying to understand really what the client says. Now I was lucky, I got it. Many times you don't get it. And the client says, no, that's not it. And that's okay, because the clients can correct you. It's not the end of the world. We don't have right. Evgenia is absolutely right. Just listen, say what comes to you, and if you're wrong, they'll correct you. It's not a big catastrophe. And so listening then having the client and the therapist sharing this experiencing, what is happening in experiential therapy is like we are co-creating a therapeutic world, but the co-creation, it's basically me getting into the world of the client and experiencing what the client experiences. But on the other hand, we cannot be I cannot feel exactly what the client feels. I can feel it to a certain extent. Like I have one leg into his experiencing and it's feeling like, oh, you really like these women? Oh yeah, they really make you horny, don't they? You're sexually excited about them. But there is a part of me that is more outside. So having this, what happens is when the client gets into this kind of experiencing, then the experiencing reveals the deeper potentials of the client. In other therapies, they call this like the changing emotion with another emotion, like understanding what is deeper than what you're expressing. It's the usual, like we know this in psychotherapy, when clients come to us and they're very angry. So they have this woman who come in therapy and she says, I'm very angry because my parents were not very nice with us, and my sister got all and I got nothing, and she's getting married, and and I don't like this thing, and I'm really pissed off, and I'm not sure if I will go to her wedding because it's unfair. And as I'm hearing these words coming from my client, my sense, I'm going to give you my good ones, right? I'm not going to tell you when I really failed. You know, my sense was like, oh my God, you're hurt. It's like, my God, you're left out. Like, they didn't care about you so much as your sister. She looks at me and says, well, no, it's not that, but I say, oh, but I feel the pain, like, oh my God, it hurts you. And then she gets into feeling the pain. So the pain now, it's a secondary emotion. It's a deeper emotion that comes, you know, that it was under the anger. And now what happens is that the clients, they don't like these emotions. They don't like the pain. They don't like the anger. They don't like they're attracted to these prostitutes because they have a bad relationship with this idea. So the therapeutic process for the therapist in this kind of therapy is to change the relationship that the client has with his or her own potential for therapeutic change. So the change is not like to stop liking these prostitutes. The change is not to stop hurting, but is to have a different relationship with the fact that I'm in pain, or to have a different relationship, myself, with the fact that I'm angry, or that this was not fair, or that somebody exploited me, or that I'm very angry with myself because I didn't do this or I didn't do that. So what we want to do in therapy, in this co-creating this experiential world, is to change, is to identify, first of all, what are these potentials, and then to change the relationship that the client has with these potentials. So as we work in therapy, we start with this kind of experiencing that the client brings in, you know, the idea that, like, you know, I'm hurt with my parents because they are not giving me as many, or, you know, that I'm not in this place where they love me and care for me as much as they care and loved my sister, to the point where, like, okay, this hurt and this pain, it maybe indicates, it's called reframing, it's called changing the relationship, it's called accepting, it's called creating the psychological space so the client can work with this emotion. It's like, it simply means that you're sensitive, that you feel alone, that you want somebody to caress you, that you have the need somebody to take you in you know, to embrace you, take you and tell you that he loves you. And that's okay, because you're a sensitive person. So what we're doing in this experiential kind of therapy, we're changing the way that the client relates to the things inside him. With a client who came and talked to me about, yeah, I like these women, this prostitute. It was like, you know, working with his potential of being sexual and coy and sexy and like, you know, and having this thing. There was like, hey, is it okay? How do you like it? Like, because you are a sexual man and you can be really, you're good looking. And if you like lose some weight, you're really, really, you know, as we call in Greek, like, you know, axiostrimoktos, you know, in English, I think, I guess the expression would be like cornerable, you know, worth somebody to corner you and have wild sex with you. So changing this deeper potential, changing this relationship that the client has with his own sense of I'm sexual, or I am sensitive, or I need somebody to take care of me, it's important because this is what makes the change in the therapeutic change, and that's what metabolizes the different negative emotions we have ourselves, the negative ideas about ourselves that fragment who we are. So what we're trying to do is we're trying to get these potentials to have a better relationship with who I am, and to altogether to be more, to help us make the client one again, where I can be vulnerable and I can be sexy, and I have my boundaries, and I can say no without being without meaning that I'm a bitch or something, and that's okay that I am with this. So this experiential work, then it says, if we're able to establish this in the session, so what we're doing in the session is like I with the client and say, you know, we started with the sexual stuff, and I say, you know, you're very sexy, and I say, but this is part of you, isn't it? And he says, yeah, and I said, my God, do you see yourself being like sexy and wanted? And we have to work that him being sexy, it's okay. Or we have to work in the session with the idea that, like, you're sensitive. And is that okay with you? can you remember moments where you were sensitive in the past? Can you remember moments where we were like sexy in the past? Can you remember moments where we were like this? And how does it feel? And what we're trying to do is we're trying to practice ways so that, so that the client will start feeling better with this relationship. And then in the same session, we try to practice new ways of applying this deeper potential in the world. So I will say, well, this sensitivity of yours, how are you going to practice it? What are you going to do? How are you going to change it? It's good that we discovered it here, and it's good that you feel good about it now. But how can you show it to somebody? And then we explore together ideas of how can I show to the world that I'm sensitive? And it could be like, I'll call my daughter and tell her that I love her. Or I will say to my son in a nice way that the fact that he didn't call me for my birthday, it really hurt me. And I really expect him to call me rather than being angry at him or not talking to him. Or I will, will go to work and I will wear this like beautiful shirt and I will put my perfume and I will walk around and I will say to this lady that I like, do you want to go for lunch? And this is new ways of being and behavior based on these potentials that we have inside us and that are being activated by experiencing emotions in the beginning of the session. So we're practicing this in the session, and then in the end, the last step is we're committing, in a sense, for new ways of being and behaving. It's like asking the client, are you going to do that? Are you really going to call her like to go for lunch? Are you sure you're going to call your friend and tell her how important it is in your life and tell her that you want to thank her, that she is there and you want to express your gratitude for being there and telling her really how important she is for you? Really, you mean it? Are you going to say to your daughter how much you love her? And in the session, we try to practice it. We try to commit the client to go and say, yeah, I'm going to do it. The whole process, as you see it from the beginning, is like, we start with the experiencing, we start with an experiential emotion, we listen very carefully to what the client says, and we try to identify a deeper potential, something that this emotion, if you want, hides, or another emotion. Or we try, while the client is expressing something in an emotionally, charged way, we try to listen, and we become, if you want, this mirror, that it shows the truth. You know, some mirrors where you go and you're very slim and they show you that you're fat, or they show you that you're short or whole, or you're like this. We become the mirror in this experiencing, that we try to show to the client something that the client isn't aware very much of it. It's out of awareness, at least partially, or she or he is aware of it but doesn't like it one bit. Because like people tell her that she's a bitch, and that she's not a nice person, or that she's too sexual and she's a slutty, or that she's too sensitive and she cries all the time and they can do nothing and they will not tell her anything because she's so sensitive. And what we try to do then, after we identify these components, is we try to change the relationship. We model it, we show it to the client the good, the functional, the you-functional way of being in the world like this. And after we try and make the client understand that that's who you are, that's okay to be with this part, because it's a good way to be. And that's you, and look at it. And after trying in the session different ways of practicing these new ways of being, and then committing that when they will go out of the session, they are going to do something. They're going to do something based, coming from, stemming out from this new potential they have understand and realized in the session, that will change the way they are and the way they behave. What happens during this process is if the clients do this, sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. They come back and say, I wasn't able to do it. Say, okay, we'll try it again, or not, it's up to you. By doing this, the client changes qualitatively. After a while, if the client starts behaving with a different way and seeing themselves in the world in a different way, they become a different person. Comments, they say, my God, you're not so sensitive anymore. Oh my God, you're really assertive. And you say what you think without being aggressive. I like this about you. And there is a qualitative change of the client. And the client feels good with themselves, herself, himself. And they say that, that they like themselves better. So in a sense, through this experiential approach and experiential therapy, we're trying and we're hoping that the client will become a new person. and we say a qualitatively new person. And in the experiential approach, we don't try to mend things, correct things, fix something here, but we try to qualitatively, by listening experientially, etc., to help the client become a new person. One of the most, bold comments that we say in experiential therapy is like, if you don't like who you are, stop who you are, stop being who you are, and become somebody else. Become a new person. Thank you very much.
So, thank you so much, Dr. Stalikas, for your lively presentation. And now Professor Ernesto Spinelli is going to talk about the therapy world, the possibilities and limitations. Thank you, Ernesto.
It's a black button. Here.
No, it's...
Hello? Yeah? You can hear me now? Okay, thank you. Thank you for coming. And let me begin by having to tell you some bad news. There is more and more research evidence coming out that therapy of every form is becoming increasingly less effective. In some cases, as in the CBT, there seems to be some evidence that its effectiveness has shrunk by about 50% with regard to treatment of depression and of anxiety. But it's across the board. And one of the questions seems to be, why? Why is it that therapy is becoming so much less so powerful in its impact upon us? There are multiple answers, and one answer is that I can offer you is that as therapists, we're not paying enough attention to our own research evidence. One of the most significant therapy researchers, a man called Michael Lambert, has been studying the factors that have an effective impact upon therapy. And over the years, he has consistently come up with 4 key factors that are central to the power and the effectiveness of therapy. And he's given each of the factors a kind of percentage in terms of its significance and its impact. So I'll just briefly tell you what the 4 are. The first of these factors is the technique or the model that the therapist espouses. Yeah, so what I as the therapist offer you in terms of my therapeutic knowledge, my skills, and so forth. And that has a percentage validity of about 15%. So 15% of what makes therapy effective seems to be the model or the skills that the therapist has. The next factor is the client's beliefs or assumptions that therapy is going to be effective. So that the client comes into therapy with the expectation that something significant, positive, beneficial is going to happen. And that too has, in a percentage sense, about 15% of the whole 4 factors. So we've got skills, 15%. We've got the client's beliefs or assumptions at 15%. Then we have the third factor, which is the relationship or the interaction between the client and the therapist. Surprise, surprise. And that is seen as having an effectiveness in percentage terms of about 30%. So we've now reached 60%. The remaining 40% of what makes therapy effective, according to Lambert's research, is extra therapeutic factors. In other words, what happens to the client outside of therapy, beyond therapy, the life experiences that the client might be having in the course of engaging in therapeutic processes. So when we look at these factors, what we find is that of them, 40% extra therapeutic, 15% clients' assumptions and beliefs, 30% the therapeutic relationship. These are all completely uncertain factors. These are factors that we can't, as therapists, control or contain in any significant way. They are chaotic. They are beyond our manipulation. And they are liberating. They liberate us, potentially, to be therapists who engage with their clients in as open, uncertain, unaware way as possible. But we're not accepting that. We're turning more and more to the security of manuals, the security of techniques, the security of higher knowledge coming down from supposed experts in psychotherapy, and so on and so forth. Now, existential therapy, and I have to say that all I can tell you about existential therapy is what I have understood of it. I'm not making a claim to be talking about existential therapy as the existential therapy. There are multiple existential therapies, and I can only give you my version of it. Now, in my version of it, existential therapy provides us with a process of creating and establishing a world, not just a relationship, but a world, a co-created world between client and therapist, which through various means and degrees, they both enter into, and in entering that world, experience themselves simply through the entry into that world as already different, as already not the same as who I am when I am in my wider world of lived experience. The question is, what might generate that sense of difference? What is it about the therapy world that maybe can be distinguished from the wider world of our relations, of our wider relations? One of the most, I think, important factors that allows for that distinction to happen is the various agreements that the client and the therapist make with each other about doing therapy, about being in therapy. What are those agreements? They might be, in part, the contract that the therapist either imposes or negotiates with the client. They might be the general frame of therapy that is co-constructed by them. But basically, those rules, those conditions, those assumptions that say, now we're doing therapy, now I'm being a therapist, now I'm being a client, For all we know, they might be the most significant factors in allowing for that experience of change that my colleagues have been talking about today. So we need those conditions, we need those rules as therapists, and we have to ask ourselves, what are my rules and conditions for me to now be able to say, now I'm doing therapy, now I'm being a therapist, as opposed to now I'm just Ernesto in the wider world. What gives me that sense of shift or that sense of difference? Short answer to that, as far as I've come up with it, is something called magic feathers. So the idea of magic feathers comes from a Walt Disney cartoon called Dumbo. And Dumbo is an elephant that's born with particularly large ears. And he's pushed aside by all the other elephants. He's not liked very much. He's on his own. He feels miserable. Until one day he comes across a group of crows. And one of the crows pulls off one of its feathers and gives it to Dumbo and says to Dumbo, "This is a magic feather. As long as you hold it, you will be able to fly." And Dumbo believes what the crow tells him, and suddenly Dumbo becomes the flying elephant, world famous and so forth, because he's got this magic feather. He can be that kind of elephant being. Now, in the same way, I would argue that each of us as therapists constructs magic feathers for ourselves in order to believe, now I am a therapist. Now I can do therapy. What are these magic feathers? Well, some of them are around space. I can only be a therapist if the client comes into my private space. If I go to the client's space, I can't be a therapist. I can't do therapy. For some therapists, it's money. Unless the client pays money, therapy can't happen. I can't be a therapist. For others, it's the opposite of that. If the client is paying money, then I can't do therapy, can't be a therapist. For some, it's time. 50 minutes, no longer, no less. Yeah? If it goes beyond 50 minutes or it's less than 50 minutes, then somehow the therapy is less worthwhile. I'm not being a good therapist, or I can't do therapy. For some, it's clothes. Some therapists I interviewed around this tell me that they have their uniforms. They have their therapy clothes. And if they're not wearing those therapy clothes, they can't do therapy and they can't be therapists. Now, there are many, many magic feathers that we all have, and I challenge you to think of your own. What are your magic feathers? What do you require for you to believe that you can now do therapy and that you are now being a therapist? They might sound rational and logical and sensible and whatever, but the short answer is they are all completely absurd. Every single one of them. No one of them, and it's like Dumbo's magic feather. It has no magic inherently in it. It only becomes magical because of your belief in it. because you have convinced yourself that this is what I require, this is what I need in order to be a therapist, to do therapy. So, with those magic feathers, and with the contract and the conditions around the frame and so forth that we co-create with our clients, then something happens. A world is co-created, a distinct world, a world in which both therapist and client experience themselves within a new set of world conditions. And the possibility is there, under this new therapy world, that the way that I examine my issues, or the way as a therapist I examine the issues that you bring for discussion, is already different and changed by the fact that the I who is doing this is not the I who exists in the wider world. It's the I who is in this therapy world. It's the I who perhaps, under this therapy world set of conditions, might be willing to be more honest, more accurate with what they examine, how they examine it, and what conclusions they arrive through it. Now, unlike most of my existential colleagues, I don't see my role as a therapist to change anybody. I find that the height of arrogance. I'm not there to change you. I'm not there to educate you. I'm not there to make you better. I'm not there to improve your life. I'm not there to do anything other than one task that I attempt and will undoubtedly fail at. And that is to stand beside you. To try and get a sense through you, through what you tell me, through what I hear, through what I feed back through my hearing, what it is for you to be as you are being here in this space. How is it for you to experience your own way of being? And so that question, that examination, is a process of more allied to a sense of stillness than it is allied to a sense of directive change. Yeah? But as we've been hearing for the last few days, even that sense of stillness is itself a change. It permits a movement, a possibility. If both client and therapist are willing to stay with that encounter of how we are, who we are, what we are experiencing in this moment of time. Am I running out of time? Yes. Okay. So
we can have some time for questions, but please.
Can I just do 2 minutes? Okay. Very quickly. To help us in that stillness, I think I can offer you 4 quick epigrams. Number 1, the client is always right. And you have no idea what makes them right. You have to work it out with them. Stay with whatever the client brings you, not from a standpoint of confrontation or disputation or disagreement, but go with them in whatever they're saying, while at the same time acknowledging, I have no idea what you're talking about. And that becomes your task. Can we open up what it is that you are talking about? So that's the first epigram. The client's always right. The second epigram is this. To describe something is to change it. The very act of description changes that which is being described. How it changes it, in what way it changes it, what the change will manifest itself as being, that's completely unknown and uncertain. But stick with description, stick with what is there presented to you, and not knowing what is there presented to you, and change will occur. You don't have to worry about change. Third epigram. Every problem that is presented is also an attempted solution. Every problem is also an attempted solution. If you only deal with the problem as the problem, you are likely to create more problems. You have to also understand what that problem is allowing as well as taking away. And you have to allow the possibility that as problematic as the problem is, it might still be the best solution for the client. You are not there to take the problem away. You are there to explore it and to allow the client to explore it and to decide for themselves what that problem, what the worth of either giving up or maintaining that problem may be for them. And the fourth epigram, changing any part of a situation alters the whole of the situation. You try to change some part of the client's views and belief systems, you're changing the whole of that client's belief systems. How they are changed, to what extent they are changed, the degree to which they are changed, that's all unknown and uncertain. You cannot know in advance. But to change any part, you change the whole. So be cautious in your desire to change. Just to finish.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much. So we thank you very much. I think we have 5 minutes for questions and answers. I don't know if there is a microphone there. So we have 5 minutes, only 5 minutes left. I believe that these presentations might bring many questions, but either if somebody is ready to ask something, there is a hand there. And one here. Okay.
Hi, I was wondering, Ernesto, whether I could run my magic feather, which I believe is not absurd, past you, and I wonder whether you think it is. And I was thinking, as you were speaking, about boundaries around self-disclosure and around how much I involve myself. So just to take an extreme example, you know, if my dearest friend were dying, I would obviously be involved in a particular way. And working with people who are dying, I can't be involved in exactly that way. Do I not need boundaries? Would you not say that these boundaries are something I need to step into? And differently, but similarly, you know, I'm someone, if I go in my Tigger sort of usual self with clients, would that not get in the way? Or rather, I feel it does get in the way because it sometimes happens. So that was my question.
Well, first, let me say I wouldn't want to impose any views that I hold on what you should be doing. All right, so it's your decision, and in that sense, I would also say that yes, somewhere along the line, your question itself reveals the magic feathers that you're holding on to. You're making a distinction between different possibilities. Should I, shouldn't I? And the action that you then take, the decision that you make, that's based in part upon assumptions, values, beliefs that you hold and maintain about being a person, about being a psychotherapist, about whatever. And what's infused in those is, you know, what we might laughingly call a magic feather or several magic feathers.
So there is another question from Dr. Thanasis Yorgas.
Thank you for your presentations. It's a question for Professor Spinelli. I heard him saying that describing the experience, it is to change this experience. I come from the design analytic area, and there we think that the phenomenon is not just what we describe in an apparent level. Every phenomenon is constituted by both its obvious aspect and its hidden aspect. The obvious aspect is what comes immediately apparent. The hidden aspect is all these preconditions, all this background, the hidden background, on which the obvious aspect can appear. If we say that one experience could be changed, we cannot stay only to the description of the apparent level. We have to go deeper to the how this phenomenon, this experience is constituted. And only by this we can speak for a change. What do you think about that?
Well, first of all, just to say that description is no easy thing. You know, we say describe. Most approaches in therapy hold ideas of description, but a lot of the time description is maintained at a very superficial level. So when I say something like, you know, the act of description changes that which is being described, it supposes a process of opening, disclosing, revealing, that is not an easy thing to carry through. On the surface, I think you and I might be in disagreement, but I suspect that what is there that you're saying needs to be added, for me, is actually part of the enterprise of describing. But unfortunately, that's another story. I think people have their own views on this.
I believe that whoever is interested in further knowledge about the way you mean with description is in the book working on practicing existential psychotherapy in English, and the one we have here. We're not promoting it, but it's all there. Well, we are promoting. Yes.
Yes, I can just say one more word because teaching the book in the third year has really helped me understand more what Ernesto Spinelli is talking about when he's talking about describing. And I think it has a lot to do with what we have been discussing with design analysis in terms of unraveling. So that as we describe, we open up and we reveal also the hidden meaning. So description, I think that Professor Spinelli is right, that you are more in agreement than it appears to be. Because when he talks about description, he's really talking about through description to unravel the hidden meaning or whatever the person means with what he's saying on the surface.
And revealing their experience, coming to Dr. Stalika's talk and revealing what was it there, what is there, what is felt there. So description is not about words only, expressing words and sentences in a very appropriate manner. Description is more. But okay, I think we need to have a coffee and then. So thank you all for coming. Thank you.
So, good evening, everyone. Let's settle down so we can start. Let's have some... Okay, because we are going to need all the time that we have available. So, it is a great honor to introduce Dr. Alfred Lengle as the keynote speaker for this major conference. Dr. Lengle is a highly distinguished and internationally renowned figure in the field of existential psychotherapy, with 4 decades of experience in research, training, and clinical practice. He has worked for 10 years with Viktor Frankl. Dr. Lengle's contribution to the field of psychotherapy have been extensive and significant. He has authored and edited numerous books and articles on existential psychotherapy, and his work has been translated into many languages. In addition, he has served as the editor-in-chief of the Viennese Journal of Existential Analysis, a leading publication in the field. One of Dr. Lengle's most important contributions has been the development of the theory and practice of the Viennese form of existential analysis. This approach to psychotherapy emphasizes the subjective experience of the individual and the importance of personal meaning and purpose of life. It is an integrative approach that draws on the insights of existential philosophy, psychology, and phenomenology, and has been applied successfully in a variety of clinical settings. Dr. Lengle has also made important contributions to the training and education of psychotherapists. He has developed a range of innovative training programs and workshops, including the Vienna Training Program in Existential Analysis. Through these programs, he and his colleagues have trained hundreds of therapists in the theory and practice of existential psychotherapy, helping to promote and disseminate this important approach to mental health and making existential analysis the biggest training center in Austria, and having centers in about 12 countries in Europe and the Americas. Finally, Dr. Lengle has been a strong advocate for the integration of psychotherapy and spirituality. He has written extensively on the subject, arguing that psychotherapy can help individuals to explore their spiritual dimension and find greater meaning and purpose in life. Overall, Dr. Lengle's contribution to the field of existential psychotherapy have been immense and wide-ranging. His insights, expertise, and passion for the subject make him an ideal keynote speaker for this conference, and we are honored to have him share his perspective with us.
Thank you. Mr. Haraidis, for this lovely introduction and presentation. Thanks to the organizer and to Gignestai and the organizing company. It's really a great event which you brought together, and it is a sign that the Greek culture is still alive and producing new events and new encounters. Thank you all. I have prepared a presentation which is somehow a counterweight to what Emmy brought this morning. It is a bit sober. I try to go down, not to the underworld, but on the world, onto this earth, onto this ground, and want to reflect how we can help ourselves and others to be more present, to improve our being here and to strengthen our existence by the help of two tools, which I'm going to present after some first reflections. This is the agenda which I would like to go through with you in this evening. Just a glimpse on the background from where these reflections come. Then a foreword, prolegomena in Greece, of course, it is the Greek word. But some notes, some glimpses on what is the person and what we understand under this term. Then to present a specific way of helping people to be more present. The personal existential analysis, as we call it. Giving an example how to apply it, so to become really practical. So I'm sorry, it's already evening, but I would like to make you work this evening before you go for Retsina and Souvlaki. Yeah. Few words on the hindrance of this, of the application of this method, or what hinders us to really being present. And finally, a short glimpse on another short method, which is very practical, very short, 10 minutes, just to give another final idea how we can work. My background. This existential analysis, Vienna style and existential analysis, tries to help people to come to inner fulfillment in their life. So it's not so much symptom-oriented. It's more oriented towards the attitude to life. And the main attitude for us is to work with the personal freedom. This is, as we could say, a prolongation of what Emmy van Dersen brought this morning about freedom, a practical application of freedom. And this practicality of freedom is to look at my inner consent. Inner consent is a feeling, a sensing, is an approval that what I'm doing is congruent with myself. Viktor Frankl, who was my teacher, had the focus on finding meaning. We are nowadays expanding this approach and put it on a new basis, on a new paradigm, and a phenomenological basis. And with this phenomenological approach, we found out that the existence is, so to say, standing on four legs, like a table, standing on four legs, on this ability to be there, to be active, on the capacity to have feelings, emotions with which we can find out values and be relational, with the being oneself, which appears as authenticity, and to find meaning, the bigger context in which we are. Or in other words, it is a fourfold yes, a consent to the facts to the given, to life, to oneself and others, of course, in the encounter, and to the context of meaning. Now, when we speak about how can we become more present, how can I be really there? To exist means I'm there. But how can I really be there? What does this mean? What should be present? My body is there anyway. So for this is a constant given. I am in the world. But what does this mean, being in the world? This means also a being in reality, in the given, which is maybe not what I wish, what I dream of, but it's there. It's a sickness. It's my pain, in my physical pain, my social pain. It is my joy, my love, my others, but also me. I'm here and there. This being there is essential. What is the basic meaning of being born? We are there, we are here. But what for? Of course, we cannot give a general answer, but we can give an idea. The fact that I am here means something. It is a challenge that I should really be here, actually be here. Being in the world is a given, but to exist is not just a given. To exist, this needs me. I don't come to existence if I don't take part in this being here. If I don't commit, integrate, engage, relate, work, suffer, enjoy, taking my time. The completion of this being in the world demands an actively bringing myself into it. I have to make myself present. I'm not automatically here. Somehow, yeah, my body is there. But me, the real me, my core self, my center, needs an activity, needs a process in each situation. And not just once in a lifetime. Every hour, every moment, I have to bring myself into this world anew. I have been born once. This was thankfully done by my mother. But now I have to mother myself, to bring myself into this world again and again. Right now, for instance, when you listen, to be present means not only cognitively with the attention, but also with the heart, with the body. This being present needs to be a presence in front of others, but also in front of myself. And especially, it is especially difficult when the psyche brings up its claims. Kenneth Bradford wrote that Buchenthal emphasized the practice and presence. Practice of presence. Buchenthal. Practice of presence. It was a great theme for him. And he wrote, daring to be open and responsive to an other, then I'm present. When I dare to be open and responsive, there is the theme of dialogue in it, to an other. And the willingness to trust in the mystery of being. Am I really willing to trust in something which is a mystery, as Buchenthal writes? This mystery which we call being. How can we do that? It needs my personal existence, and it needs your personal existence. It needs ourselves, our really personal given presence, capacity to resonate. The existential act of coming into real being needs this process. And the contribution of ourselves, this actively hanging our heart on what we are doing, being aware, being open, resonating, accepting, receiving and giving back. This makes us present. And for this we have created a method which we call personal existential analysis. But to know more about it, we have to have a short glimpse on what we understand with person. You may have different terms for what I'm going to describe is known to every one of us, of course. Person we call, it is more now a few more philosophical terms about person. The essence, that what is really me, what makes me unique, what is somehow, it's not graspable, it has no substance. It's just like a resonance in myself, a resonating self in the intersubjective exchange. Also, we are breathing in our dialogue, in the encounter. More psychologically speaking, when you say, I personally, I made it personally, this was really me who said that. I'm referring to that, the authentic self. I'm authentic when I'm saying what I personally feel and think, how it comes up in me. I don't make it. I receive it from the inside. And I receive it as the true, the right, the important, the beautiful, the morally true, correct, the authentic. These are all terms referring to what we call here the person. Being a person means to be in an exchange with otherness. I cannot be myself without otherness. Being in the world. Being presupposes world. And this exchange, when this exchange is dialogical, which means essential, what you say, what I understand, what I answer, then I'm present. This scheme makes it maybe a bit more visible. I, as person, am connected with my inner world. When I close my eyes, when I go to sleep, I'm with myself. I'm constantly myself. When you listen now, you are also connected with the inner world. How it is for me, what does it tell me? Is it interesting? From where do you know that? By checking the inner world. And at the same time, we are always in an outer world, which is not me. And I am in this overlap, constantly being inside and outside. This dialogical exchange means that existence is fundamentally dialogical. Within oneself, between oneself and others. And it is impossible to separate the individual from the world around. We belong together. And it is the person from where comes our inner consent. We don't make it, we can't conclude it logically. Inner consent means I feel, I sense a yes. And it is so central that we take it even as a description of existential analysis for us, to help people to live according to their inner consent, to what they are doing, having a yes to the world, to the facts, to life, to themselves and others, and to the context in which we are. When we have inner consent, then this leads that we can this brings with it a commitment. We can dedicate ourselves. This makes me authentic. This is really me. Gives me presence. And as a consequence, as a result, it leads to fulfillment. When we don't have inner consent, when we do things, when we land ourselves, because somebody wants it from me and I do it, I obey, I incline, then I give myself away and void and emptiness is the result. This is the opposite. Now, how can we apply this? We said being in the world is in a constant exchange with the inner and the outer world. We are in a constant dialogue, even when we are not speaking with other people. When we make a walk, we see the trees, we see the city, and we are somehow dialoguing unconsciously, but we are taking it and speaking inwardly with ourselves. And dialogue has three very simple presuppositions. It needs an addressee. It needs another one who tries to understand, and it requires a response. This is the basic principle of the method, as simple as it is. So it is a method taken from the reality, from what we do every time. In a bit changed terminology, we can say this addressee must be receptive, must be reachable, open. The person, when we encounter a person, when we speak to somebody, seen from the outside, we can say, I connect with you when I see that you are looking at me, that you are listening, that you are ready to the message which I am going to give you. And when you try to understand what I'm saying, you make yourself even more present. And when you give me an answer, then you are fully there. It's like the phases of the moon. Half moon, full moon. The answer is the full moon. A bit more in detail. Receptivity, seen from the outside, means from the inside that people have an impression when they listen to me in an encounter, in a dialogue. And when they listen to me, I can see there is a depth which is attainable. This person is approachable. It gives me the attention, basis for a dialogue. But it needs an understanding. When I see that you try to understand me, then you are figuring out inside an inner position. And you connect the new with the old information. And you combine it, and so you come to understanding. It's a weaving together of old and new. And at the same time, arising above the actual situation, the ongoing situation, to gain a perspective. And then finally, when you give your answer, then you bring yourself to expression. You show yourself outwardly. And you disclose yourself and say, here I am. This is how it is for me. This is my position. This conceptual framework of the personal existential analysis has as a basis, seen from the outside, these three elements: receptivity, understanding, and responsiveness. These are ways how the person, I essentially can be seen from the outside. When you see, or when I see, the other is open, tries to understand, and gives me an answer. On the inside, there is, on the level of receptivity, impression. When you listen, you have an impression. You have an impression, a cognitive information, of course, but you have much more. An impression is much broader and deeper. You have a feeling, you have memories, connections, associations. All this is in the impression. You get feelings of being bored or angry, or you may feel it's interesting. All this is included in the impression. It is a much broader information which is taken up. Understanding means I'm preparing my position. And answering means that I'm expressing. Impression, expression. And in between, there is my taking a stand. As a result, to be genuinely oneself in each situation is nothing that happens automatically. It's not just natural. This is a personal, you may even say, spiritual, mindful act. And it needs me. It is an endeavor. And when I don't do that, when I'm not bringing myself into the presence of where I am and in what I do, when I fail in this, then I become silent. I may feel blocked. There may be a paralyzation. And if this goes on and again, and this becomes a constant failure, then psychopathology arises. How do we apply this? In short form, we have 4 questions. We first look at the facts, at the given. What is the situation? And then we ask, how is it for you? We refer to the feelings more than to the thinking. And what is your position? And what would you do with that? The description, this is a collecting of information about the facts of, let's say here, I have, to make it more practical, a person who lives alone, who suffers of not having a closer relationship, and who tried, but then he failed, and he feels single and lonely, and is ashamed, etc., and comes with this question. So we let him describe what is going on? What are the facts? Yeah, in the weekends I'm alone, and it's always me. I'm going to restaurants and I'm alone, and my friends have partners and friendships, and I'm mostly alone. I have some school friends, but I have no partner, and I never had a partner. What does this mean concretely to you? That I feel estranged. This is something which makes me unhappy. So to give the clients a chance to describe the situation means that they already come to a first distancing to what they experience, because a description makes a picture of what is going on. Then the work starts. How is this for you? This, for instance, living without having a closer relationship. What feelings do you have with this reality? Oh, I feel, of course, lonely. I feel insecure. I feel, and going on to come closer to the deeper feelings, I feel like a little child, like a young boy. It was a man. And what automatic impulse is accompanied the feeling? Or each feeling has a dynamic in it. The dynamic is an impulse first. Oh, I want to hide myself. I want to disappear. I don't want to be seen like that. Sometimes to run away. And what does this situation tell you? The fact that you are so alone. What is the message of this reality? He thought about it and then he said, well, I'm not grown up. I'm not mature. I'm not a real adult. I don't know if I'm really capable to make a living. He worked. He had a good position he functioned well in our society. But inwardly, he felt like that. So he has an understanding, a self-understanding of what is going on with this. Now we take the situation and we look what is coming from the inside. What when we reverse the situation, first it was how was the wave from the outside when he goes out and is alone. And now what is your position towards it? Then we look for the counter reality, cognitively, emotionally. The inner depth, we look for the inner depth. And this is a way which leads to more authenticity, to freedom, and to responsible actions. So first we ask, do you understand your feelings? Do you understand that this is so in your life? Why is it alike? And he said, well, this was interesting. He quickly combined it with his mother relationship. The mother is living next to his apartment. He lives alone, but the parents live in the apartment aside. And the mother has a key to his apartment. And the mother comes into his apartment whenever she wants and doesn't even ring the bell. She just opens the apartment and steps in. And she said, well, this is somehow, I feel awkward about this. But I never said anything towards her because she is, of course, a very loving mother. And so, this is, but he connected it immediately here that his behavior, his being alone is connected to a dominating, ever-present mother. And Do you understand the others? Do you understand that other people do not connect with yourself? He said, of course, because the way I'm looking, this is not very attractive, and I'm insecure, timid. I don't speak up, and I'm so shy. And this is, for me, it's natural that nobody comes up to me. I understand that. Do you feel, next question in this context of gaining a position, a stand, do you feel that your behavior and the behavior of the others corresponds to you? Do you do justice to yourself when you behave like that? She said, no, that's not really me. I feel estranged. I somehow am not capable to stand up and to really show myself. This does not correspond to me. This is a strange behavior. And he feels strange. What do you think about your situation? This is now a reflection, a cognitive thinking about yourself. He said, well, this is almost maybe pathological. This is not normal. It is at least extremely timid, a bit cowardish, I would say. And when you asked me so directly, he summed it up and said, it looks like being a mommy's boy. Do you feel it needs some action from you? He said, in preparing the will, it's his own decision. And he said, yeah, I feel this no longer, as I said before, this no longer corresponds to me. This is not the way how I am and how I can be. I should do more. I should do something. I don't want to let it go as I did it before. It needs some action. Now we come to the practical part. What would you do with it? With the fact of living alone, with the fact of not being able to connect. And he said, well, what is the most important to do? He said, yeah, to go out, to meet people. This is easily said. But how can you do that? When you imagine you go out and you start a talk with a nice girl, a nice woman, and she asks you, are you in a relationship? Women like to ask that often at the beginning. And then he has to say, no. And then she may ask him, did you ever have a relationship? Or have you been in a longer relationship? And then what can I say? We became very shy, very anxious. Well, the truth? Why not? But then all women run away. He's afraid. When she knows that I never had a relationship before. Yeah, but the truth is the truth. If you start a relationship and it will be a longer lasting relationship, sooner or later, she will come, she will know that, she will get the information. So without truth, how can you build up a relationship? This was a bit difficult for him to stand by himself, behind himself, and to let him be seen, because his reflex, his impulse was to run away and to hide. And now he had to realize that he has to be himself, to make himself more present in his life. With whom would you like to do that? He said, maybe I can ask, I have 2 school friends, maybe I can go out with them sometimes or so, to not be too alone. When would you like to start? He said, well, as soon as possible. This weekend I could start. And how would you like to do it? And then he reflected again and said, maybe I can go to this. There is a group of people who are fascinated by hiking in the Alps, and I go into this group and I go with them and for hiking, and this is a good opportunity to meet people and to come to talk with other people. And he did it. This was just 2 sessions we worked on that. And he managed it to do it according to this, with his friends, and then alone in the hiking group, and he made himself present in his life. So this was a simple example. Of course, we can do much more complicated situations and work them through with this method. There is a chain when I can be myself and show me and be present, then I reach you. And this is also going on. You will be more present, and this gives me more presence. And this is the chain of true, authentic conversation, dialogue. And this is the basis for psychological health. When we can be to realize this potential which is in us to make our essence, our person, to make ourselves personally present, then we can be authentically present in the situations. There are hindrances, of course, in all these steps. There can be hindrances after the impression, that the impression doesn't go over to a real finding a position, or when we have a position that it is difficult to give it an appropriate expression, or in the execution of the expression, in the doing, that we are blocked. And just to give some ideas, this is maybe not the central theme for now, but the impression that one can be confused, overwhelmed by feelings and hurts and anxious, and it may be too painful, or in a position that one may feel alienated and blurred, exerted, or in the expression that one may be strained, anxious in showing oneself. I give you now, just to give you an idea, a synopsis. You see here again the first working through the psychodynamics by looking at the feelings, the understanding of the content. Then we have the next step, the positioning. That this was what I showed you in this little example, and constructing or finding a will, and then to accommodate to reality. When we do psychotherapeutic work with people who are really suffering from problems, from hurtings, from traumas, then it becomes more complicated. Just to give you an idea that there is much more behind. I showed you a very simple way, a way how we can apply it in a counseling and very quickly. But when the complexity is higher, we need a deeper work, or it may look like this. And so on, you see. Yeah. I would like to come to another method, the personal positioning, which is we take out let's say, the top of the triangle and work only with positioning. This can be done especially in counseling work. It doesn't go so deep, but it is very practical and helpful in feelings of powerlessness and passivation, confronting irrational beliefs. Everybody must love me, otherwise I'm not lovable, etc. Irrational beliefs, anxieties, depressive thoughts, and crisis. To gain more presence, this can be achieved by 3 times taking a position. Very simple. Again, a position towards the outside, a position towards the inside, and a position to the content, to the value, to the positive. Position towards the outside. You see, I, the person, am confronting the threatening world with all these influences upon me, and I now try to determine facts. For instance, classical situation, fear of an exam. Position towards the outside. To go to the exam, what is threatening me? Look at the reality. What is threatening me? Well, you never know. It can always happen something. This is blurring, you know, anxiety or also depressive feelings. I'm not worthy, I'm a failure, I'm a loser, etc. They have so generalized opinions, views, that you cannot really grasp it. And then, of course, it remains and it grows and it becomes more pathological. Have a close look at it. You go to the exam. What is so difficult? What is... Okay, thank you. What is threatening you? What is the danger? Is it the professor? Is this professor such a terrible person, incalculable? Is this the situation that there are many people listening when you go to the exam? What is the threat? Say, listen, do something. Or is it that you may have not learned enough? Yeah, this can be the case, of course. If you did not learn enough, then you know that chance to pass the exam is lower. This is a fact. Take the facts. It is your decision to go to the exam with this level of knowledge which you have. What is the real danger? Look at the reality and take your position towards the outside and determine, yeah, I didn't learn enough, I know that, and I'm ready to undergo that risk to maybe not pass the exam and to have to sit it again, but I'm ready to do that. This is the reality. And I don't have to feel any fear, because this is reality. And, or, for instance, this professor is so incalculable. He sometimes has outbursts and is shouting, and this will be can intimidate me. Yeah, this can be so. You have to, if it is so, you have to count with it. Look at the reality. And this is calming us so much when we know what is the reality. Fear is always there, chimeras or phantasmas of what can happen. Then position towards the inside. This is a bit tricky, but I think it's very existential to ask yourself or to ask the client, well, if it happens that you don't pass the exam, would you be able to bear it, to take it, to be with it, or would it kill you? Normally, people say, no, it would not kill me, but I don't like it. I don't want to have it. But it is impossible to live against reality. It can happen. Possibilities are almost realities, close to realities. It can happen. And just because I don't like it, this is not enough strength to counter this possibility. I have to take it. And this is most of the work, to make people aware that they can be with it if it happens in this next exam. Not always, but just for this next exam. If you don't pass, could you be with it? Can you set yourself up? Can you face? Do you see you have enough power? Of course you don't like it. This is no doubt about that. But it will not killing you. You will survive. If you find that you are capable to bear it, and most situations we can bear it, then we still need the existential step, the specific step. Okay, you checked, you have the capability, but are you ready to do it? Do you agree? Can you say yes? This time, I don't have to pass. Of course, I would love to pass, but if I don't pass, because I know there are incalculable elements in the world outside, or I may not be fit enough and forget things. And if I don't pass, this time it's no catastrophe, because I know I can live with that. I can be with that. Position towards the inside. We are sometimes the biggest enemy for ourselves. When we have expectations and when we don't fulfill our expectations, then we destroy ourselves and then the rumination comes up, etc. Then, third step, position towards the positive. Joining into the value. Why are you doing this exam? You do the exam not because you are eager to make exams or to do exams. No, you are studying because you are interested in something. What is the interesting? And the positive is, in the exam, you only have to say what comes into your mind. You don't have to say more. What you don't remember, you don't have to say that. Let it go. Say what comes into your mind. If this is enough or not, this is not your job. This is for this, we have the professor. So this is also, a bringing down into reality, into the given, into this world, into the factuality. My being here. It makes me more present as the one who I am. On that level of development where I am right now, with all the limitations which also belong to our existence. To summarize, in simple words, these 3 steps. Position towards the outside means determining what is real. What are the facts, what I have to count with, and what is still open. Second step towards the inside, adapting to my own abilities and to reconnect with my power, with my energy. And the third, adding oneself to the value of the situation. This is the real theme why I am doing the things. It's not, I don't live to pass exams. I live because I'm interested in this field, in this area. Behind this is my last slide, is the idea of the person. What is very personal, what every human being has, is in an unconfoundable way, this is our intimacy, our most intimate being with ourselves. And Khalil Gibran once wrote a phrase which I think describes pretty well this dignity. the person is the source or the reason for the fact that we see in the human being in a dignity. And he writes, and I think this is applicable for psychotherapy, spare me from any philosophy that does not cry, and spare me from any wisdom that does not laugh. It makes it so human. And spare me from any greatness that does not bow to the beauty of a child. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Lengle. Thank you. I think we still have 2 or 3 minutes for questions. If anyone wishes to ask 1 or 2 questions.
I hope I didn't destroy your presence.
Thank you very much. If I have understood correctly, you strongly support psychotherapy with spirituality. Based on that, would you say that psychotherapy is more of an art or more of a science?
Yeah, this is a classical question, and the answer has been over generations more or less the same. One people say it is more, CBT is not so much an art than a step-by-step promotion of specific questions to come to terms with a problem. Humanistic psychotherapy is more on the side of the art. So, in my opinion, psychotherapy is both. A good psychotherapy is more than just following a step-by-step procedure of a manual. I think, and we know already from evidence, that manual work is not so effective than people who are freer in the talk with their clients. But it has, of course, methods and techniques, and we have knowledge which is empirically based. This is the one side. But a good psychotherapy is a work presented by a human being who is personally present and who is connecting and who is relating and who tries to encounter and to see and to understand this person. This is the art or the dialogical capacity of the human being. It is also art, but it's sometimes more artistic, sometimes less artistic, but it should be authentic, as Carl Rogers underlined, as being a very essential form of practicing psychotherapy. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm sure there are a lot of more questions, but we're running out of time and it's time for our break. Thank you, all of you, for being here.